I'm Alex Leader, your board president. And at this time, I'd like to take a roll call of our voting members who are present, and we'll start to my left.
Matt Naldi, board member, present.
Perry Nixdorf, board member, present.
Linda Sezelger, treasurer.
Alex Leader.
Neil Hoffman.
April Hall. Kelsey Booth.
And then we have staff available, or staff is here today, and
Vince Jimno, executive director.
Gloria Alexander, office manager.
Deborah Blasco, accountant.
And we have two deputies, attorney general present.
Sarah Bradley, Deputy Attorney General. Kino Rasul, Senior Deputy Attorney General.
And we also have a certified court reporter and notary public, Eric Nelson. And Mr. Nelson will be transcribing the minutes of today's meeting. If we could all please stand and take a moment to say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. As a side note, tomorrow is our National Election Day, and I do encourage all of you to please vote. As you well know, public meetings have the opportunity for the general public to make comments before and after, or before and during a meeting. And so at this time, if there are any comments from anybody who's present, you're welcome to make those comments at this time. Those comments are not to be talking about what's on the agenda today, but just general comments from the public. Does anybody have any comments that they'd like to express at this time? There will be another opportunity at the end of the meeting. The general comment public section is item number 22. The first order of business is the consideration and approval of the agenda and its posting. Ms. Blasco?
It has been posted in accordance with the open meeting law requirements.
Are there any questions regarding today's agenda?
I have questions.
Please, Mr. Nixdorf.
All right. Last meeting, Jeanette Benaldi and myself requested items to be placed on the agenda, and those items are not on the agenda. Jeanette Benaldi requested that a discussion regarding costs and fees on citation appeals be discussed, and I requested a discussion on raising fees. Neither of those items are on this agenda. The second thing I would like to bring up is that on, excuse me while I look here real quick. On September the 19th, I sent an email to Mr. Jimno to place some items on the agenda for the law committee, and at that time we discussed that, and then when that law committee didn't happen, we discussed putting those items onto the end of this agenda. However, those items were completely changed. What happened is under item 19, it says review the written presentation from the Law Review Committee Chair Perry Nixdorf and establish the committee members. What should have been on there is formulate criteria by which all laws be reviewed will be evaluated for possible revisions and accept suggestions for the laws that may need revisions. So I would like to make a change in this particular case because I don't think it's appropriate to add these two items to the agenda without proper notice. That we strike review written presentation from Law Review Committee Chair and just simply use Perry Nixdorf, establish the committee members, and then we'll go with that.
Is there a written presentation for item 19
There
today?
is not. This was not discussed with me. Nobody called me. Nobody made any changes that I was aware of, and the first I saw that those items were not on the agenda was when I received my agenda.
And when did you receive your agenda?
Along with everybody else last week,
Last week?
or whatever, the week before that.
Are there any comments regarding those two concerns? Ms. Benaldi, you were also mentioned that the agenda may have be omitting your request?
That's correct.
And is, for either of you, is there an opportunity to have that placed on another agenda, or are you anticipating having a special board meeting called to discuss those two issues?
I'd like to add it to today's agenda if we could discuss it
Um,
briefly.
If we were to add it to today's agenda, it'd be item number 21.
You can't add
can't
it
do
to
it.
the agenda
No.
after it's been posted.
Um, But I'm
You can't
saying
change
the concerns that they're
Sure.
bringing up would
They-
be added to item 21.
They can make
And-
comments and they can request future agenda items in number 21.
And then just as a formal reminder, there would be no possible action that would take place, no voting that would take place.
Well, you can't even discuss it. You have to
Okay.
have something on the agenda to even discuss it. But what you can say is, under comments by board members and future agenda items, you can say, I'm gonna again request that this item be added to the agenda. I believe the agendas send out 2 weeks prior,
Yes,
at least.
yes, it is.
So, I mean, it is possible if, when you see the agenda and something isn't there that you specifically asked for, to alert staff immediately and ask for there to be a change. The agenda has to be posted 3 working days prior to the meeting. You get it well before that. Now, I know they don't like to make last-minute changes, but it is possible with 7 of you and different requests and things going on, that it's possible a request, may not get on there. It's my understanding the reason the written presentation is on there is I thought that was a request for the previous request for a executive committee meeting. I thought there was going to be a written presentation then, so I don't know if that's where that came from, but I do remember seeing that on a proposed agenda for that, and that's when I said, well, there is no executive committee, we can't do that, and so I don't know if that's where the written, I don't know,
Yeah,
but
I
I've
just-
seen something like that on the other one.
That's okay, I understand that there's some miscommunication occurred there. So is it okay if we strike that portion of it and we just go that there's no written presentation and that it's simply a matter of establishing committee members?
Yeah, it does say on the last part of the agenda, on the second to last page, the board reserves the right to take items out of order, combine items for consideration, or remove items from the agenda at any time. So it is possible that sometimes something's on the agenda and it can be moved to another meeting or changed. So there's no problem with saying, there's no written presentation today, there's just gonna be a discussion about the committee, that you're the chair, and establishing the committee members. I think we have committee members already, but
No, we can formalize that
But we can
today.
talk about
And
that
I'm totally
then,
okay
yeah.
with that. And I would like to add the other items.
Well, one moment, Mr. Nixdorf. So just as a formality, we are going to be moving item number 21 to item number, 4.5. And at this time, Mr. Nixdorf, if you could be very
We don't have to do that if you don't.
I do want to, because at this time, if you would be very clear about what you anticipate being on the next agenda with Ms. Blasco.
I would like to amend that because I don't know that item 21, there might be something at the end of this meeting that I would like to have added.
I'm
as well.
happy to reintroduce item number 21 at that time, but for the sake of what your
For
request is.
For the sake of what we're doing here, I would like the same thing we have that, for myself, that we have a discussion on raising all the fees, be added to next board meeting.
And Ms.
And-
Benaldi?
And I'd like to add an assessment of the costs and fees to be discussed at our next board meeting.
And Ms. Blasco, do you have any questions or concerns about how that should be written for the subsequent agenda?
No.
And is there an issue or whether or not those concerns can wait until that February Las Vegas meeting?
They can totally wait as far as I'm concerned. I'm good with that.
I agree.
Are there any other agenda items from board members at this time that were overlooked or that you would like to see placed on subsequent agendas? And we will be attending to that question again on item number 21. Any other questions or concerns? We were considering the agenda. The agenda was acknowledged as being posted properly, albeit with 2 omissions. Thank you for bringing those up to us. Are there any other concerns or questions regarding the agenda? I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda and its posting.
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second to that motion? Mr. Hoffman, is there any discussion regarding that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries. Aye, by the way. The next item on the agenda, consideration and approval of board meeting minutes from August 20th, 2012. I will start that discussion off. I have provided some changes regarding just some minute typos to Ms. Blasco, and so my changes have been submitted. Does anyone else have any changes or concerns about the minutes from the prior meeting? I will entertain a motion to approve those board meeting minutes with changes. Any motion?
I make a motion that we approve the board meeting minutes with the changes.
Second.
And Ms. Long seconded that motion. Is there any discussion?
I wanted to make a small discussion. Last meeting, I was appointed as secretary, and I know that Ms. Blasco usually takes the minutes for that. If I could possibly, down the line, get with you at some point to see how you do the minutes, to generally possibly segue over to those responsibilities, that would be great.
We have the court reporter that provides us with minutes.
Oh,
The only thing that I do is I'm summarizing it so that we post something on our website.
okay.
It's just a quick thing, what the action was, the motion, who made the second, how many A's and A's. That's all.
So-
Okay, I record it so that I can later review it and make sure I've got everything right.
Okay.
But I still would like you to be oriented to that process as the secretary. We have a motion on the table and we have a second. You've introduced another idea. So I would like Ms. Blasco to work with the secretary to ensure that the secretary is
Aware.
competent and aware of what those procedures and processes are.
That would be great if Ms. Blasco, that would be fantastic. I'd love to be able to learn, so.
So at this time, I'd like to take a vote with the motion on the table. All those in favor of approving those board meeting minutes with changes, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries. And that's an aye for me again, Mr. Nelson. So with respect to Ms. Long's concern, Ms. Blasco, will you please coordinate a time where the two of you could get together in Vegas, I assume, and Ms. Long, please take the opportunity to get together with Ms. Blasco and be fully oriented to that process. Our next, I guess we're going right into the hearing phase, the appeals of our citations. We have 3 appeals of citations. So I'm going to ask if the licensees are present. Deborah Allison Forzan?
Yes.
Oh, please, come right up. Yeah, it's your turn now. Mr. Nelson will take the opportunity to swear you in. And if you could please spell your name correctly for Mr. Nelson.
The full name. D-E-B-R-A.
Last name Allison, A-L-L-I-S-O-N, hyphen Porzan, P-O-U-R-Z-A-N.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
So we will go right in to discuss the alleged violation of NRS 644.290. And Ms. Bradley, if you'd like to begin.
I would, and I would like to ask that Ms. Scott also be sworn, the inspector in this case.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I would call Ms. Scott as my first witness. Ms. Scott, would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Darlene Scott, S-C-O-T-T,
And who is your employer?
State of Nevada,
And that's the Cosmetology Board?
Cosmetology Board.
And what is your job title?
Inspector 1.
And as a part of your duties as Inspector 1 for the Cosmetology Board, did you do an inspection of the salon where Ms. Allison Corzon works?
Yes, Perfect Balance Therapies.
And can you tell us about that inspection?
Upon entry, Ms. Porzon was said to be in a service, performing a facial or some type of aesthetic practice, and there was no license posted at the door.
Okay.
So
What day was that you did the inspection? Do you remember?
it was on February 21st, 2012.
And so you walked into the salon, and I'm guessing there was a closed door because she was doing a service inside that room?
Yes,
And you looked for licenses posted throughout the salon elsewhere?
yes,
And you didn't see her license posted?
no,
Were you able to look inside the room to see if it was posted inside the room?
no, because she was in a service.
And so then what happened?
I asked the cosmetologist in charge if she could slip a note under the door or something so that we would know it was a licensed person performing the service in the room, because they didn't want to disturb her because they weren't sure if it was a facial or exactly what she was doing in there. And I spoke with the chief inspector as well, who instructed me to wait until I could see a license.
Okay.
And after about probably 15 minutes, Ms. Porzon came out of the room and presented her wallet card, or the license that is good for the beauty supply wallet card.
Okay. And so you never saw the license posted on the wall?
No.
And did you talk about that with her?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She stated that she carried the wallet card with her and she thought that would suffice.
Okay. Does she normally work in that salon? Did she tell you that?
She works at more than one salon,
Okay.
so the license was not with her that day.
Okay, and so then what'd you do?
She went back into the service and I proceeded with the citation for not having her license properly posted.
Okay, and were you able to verify that her license was current with the office?
Yes, I did. I called the Reno office and verified.
Okay. And I believe you have the documents in the board's file, but I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as the state's exhibit 1. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
Okay. And I think there's a picture attached. And can you tell me what this is?
That is the wallet card that was presented by Ms. Porzon.
So you took a picture of that?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Porzon, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 1. I think you've already received all these documents. Okay.
Not all of them, but some of them.
Well, there's the letter that was sent to you regarding today, a notice of continued appeal, and then a letter, it looks like, that you sent to request the continuation, the previous letter sent to you.
Yes,
a lot. And then, looks like this is the answer, and a request for a hearing, the citation, and then another letter that you wrote. And then, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, and that's a copy of the card you have. And another copy of the citation, it looks like. And the report of the establishment. That's the report of the establishment again. Do you have any objections to this being admitted, so the board can see these? Okay, thank you. So I've asked that these documents be admitted as State's Exhibit 1.
So admitted.
So after you issued the citation, then what happened?
After I issued the citation, the cosmetologist in charge actually signed for it because they stated they didn't want to go back in and interrupt her from her service. So I left the citation with the cosmetologist in charge.
Okay. And was this her first violation?
It was the first violation, but it was stated before, well, by her own admission, that she ran into that problem a couple of years ago, and that's in the information that you just presented. And when an officer of the State Board of Cosmetology showed up at one of the locations where I work, I told the salon owner that if my license was not posted the next time they came in, they would issue me a citation.
Okay.
So she was warned about this before.
Okay. Is there a time frame that's listed there? Do you know when that was approximately? Doesn't say.
No, it doesn't say.
And is there something in the board's file regarding that?
Yes, we have a copy of it in there as well, stating.
Do you recall when that might have been?
I don't.
Okay.
Do you need to have that file pulled for you to review that information, to answer that question?
It's really a question for the board. If the board would like to see that, we can get that pulled.
I would.
Ms. Booth?
I make a motion that we,
Well, we don't have to move it, we can ask for that.
So at this time, I'd like to just take a short recess, about 3 to 5 minutes, and ask a staff member to please, Charlene,
Yes.
and to please pull that.
Ms. Corzine, could I ask what salon you were at that time?
Sorry, I was up in Incline, and I was working up at All About Nails, and actually, my license was not posted that day because I was
Well, we're
working
not getting into
somewhere else.
testimony.
Oh,
We're
okay.
asking to pull information. What was the information that was requested?
I apologize. The only information that we have is the letter that she sent us stating that an inspector came in before basically and gave her a warning.
And then what was the question?
So we don't have a report, so my question, I guess, would be then, is there a report of establishment that was done that would corroborate that?
No, because I don't know what salon she was in at that time, so I didn't check to see.
I wasn't issued any kind of...
One moment.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Ms. Booth, did you still?
I'm satisfied now, I understand.
Okay, so please, we're not going to take the recess. There's no reason to pull anyone's chart or file. Do you have the answer to your question, Ms. Bradley?
Yes, thank you.
Do you have additional questions of the inspector?
I do not, thank you.
Okay. So at this time, the State Deputy Attorney General has presented its case. And so now you have the opportunity to ask questions of the inspector.
Well, I don't think I have questions, but I don't think she read the whole thing that I wrote because...
At this time, it's questions
I
of the...
don't have anything.
Okay. Are there any other questions from board members for the inspector or the state's witness, the same person?
I have a question.
Please.
Is it proper procedure to post your license outside the door?
For
for
estheticians,
estheticians, so that when you come in, it's clear that that person is in there and that person, that kind of stuff?
yes, so we don't have to, and it's listed, we have a form for proper posting, and even if they don't post it outside the door, it needs to be available so the inspectors know that there is a licensed person performing the service. And so there have been many times, the owners would go to the door where the licensee is working and, slip a note under the door, tap on the door, and say, State Board's here, they need to see your license. And so it's
Worst case scenario, they didn't post it outside, but they'll slip the license back.
underneath the door, right.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions of the state's witness? Ms. Bradley, do you have any cross statements or cross questions?
I don't have any more questions for Ms. Scott.
Okay. Ms. Porzen, thank you for your patience. Now is your opportunity to present your side of the case.
Okay,
So say whatever you'd like to say.
okay. In the letter that I wrote, I stated that somebody had come in. They didn't issue a citation to me. There was nothing in writing when I was working at All About Nails up in Incline. Because, there's no place to write that you work in 2 different places when you fill out for your license. And I was working in a different location the day they showed up, and that's why my license wasn't posted there. And I would generally carry my license with me and post it wherever I work. And unfortunately, the day that the inspector came into Perfect Balance Therapies, I left my briefcase at home. And that's where I keep my license so that I have it with me and I carry it with me everywhere. But because I was going back and forth so much, it's bound to happen. And so that's actually what happened, is it just wasn't posted because I forgot my briefcase that day. I had a busy day and I didn't have time to go back home and pick it up.
Ms. Bradley, do you have some questions of Ms. Porzen?
I don't, thank you.
Okay. Do any board members have any questions of Ms. Porzen? Please.
When you were issued the verbal license before, you were issued a citation. How long ago, about approximately, were you issued that verbal license?
It wasn't actually issued to me, it was issued
Verbal
to
warning,
the
sorry,
salon
I
owner.
apologize.
No, I mean, to the salon owner. She told me the next time I came into work what happened, and I said, well, you know, what am I supposed to do if I'm working somewhere else? Am I gonna get cited every time they show up someplace where I'm not there?
Right.
So how do I let people know if I'm there or not, or if I'm somewhere else, you know what I mean? So that's where I thought it's a little bit confusing, but it was probably, at this point, I'm gonna say 2 years ago, maybe a little bit longer.
So you did get a verbal warning?
Yes.
In your letter, it said, I feel it was a bit harsh in the economy, like this is to issue a $200 fine without a single warning, but you did receive a single warning. The single warning was 2 years before that.
Yeah, but not warranted because I wasn't there that day.
How do you figure it wasn't warranted? It says never a single warning, and you did receive a warning. How do you discount? Can you explain to me how you discount that warning by putting never a single warning, but you had received a warning?
Well, yeah, but my license was posted that day where I was working.
Was it in your, okay.
So you know what I'm saying? It was posted, and like I said, it isn't that I don't know I'm supposed to post my license, but because I was working in 2 places and I'm not allowed to have 2 licenses, I have to carry it back and forth.
Correct.
And, you know, you're bound to at one time or another forget it or lose it, or, you know, like I stated in my letter, and that's why I thought, well, it's kind of harsh, and it isn't that I intentionally didn't post it, and I was licensed.
And you've been licensed for 20 years,
Mhm.
and you know that you cannot practice at your station if your license is not there.
Yeah, and I did think that having my little license that at least identified me, you know.
But did you take a quick look at this? Because you've been having this little thing in your purse for 20 years, that it says it does not meet posting
I
requirements.
saw that afterwards, yes.
And I'll write on the license, and of course I don't, and I should probably know the correct verbiage on the license that says this license needs to be posted, you know,
Mhm.
it needs to be posted. I guess for me, if it said, I'm brand new, I haven't even renewed yet, my license was, I'm totally confused, you know, that I would think, you know, she's new to this cosmetology thing, but 20 years, Ms. Susan, I have a lot of difficulty with that, and especially when it says you've never received a single warning, and there was a single warning issued, regardless of what it was, there was a warning issued 2 years prior.
What
I wanted to
happens
just.
if I'm at one location and you show up at another location? Are you gonna cite me?
No, that is a
How
shell.
do
If
I
I'm not,
handle
if
that?
I'm, correct me if I'm wrong, that would be a shell of a station because you're not operating there. So if they show up and nobody's there, that's a shell.
I wasn't
That's
there
a
that day, and they still told her if my license wasn't there, the next time they came in, they would cite me. So, you know, that's why I'm confused. It's like I work in 2 places. How do I handle that?
Where you are working is where your license needs to be posted. Otherwise, it's a shell of a station like any other station.
Then why was I issued a warning? See what I mean?
Were you, I don't know why you were,
wasn't there.
I do not know why you were issued a warning that day.
Well, I
but-
mean, I wasn't verbally or written, but the salon owner told me that they said if it wasn't posted next time I came,
She may
they
have
came in.
misunderstood and thought that that's what it was they were saying, but probably what they were saying is if you were working at that station, you had to have your license
I
posted.
don't know what they meant. I just know what she told me.
I just wanted to get clarification.
And
I
also,
appreciate it.
I actually worked in a medical office for 14 years, where I did post my license, but I worked under the doctor's license, so State Board of Cosmetology never came in once.
As you well know, a licensed esthetician works in a licensed cosmetological establishment.
Yes.
Ms. Booth, you had a question?
I just had one question. As you left that day, did you take your cell phone and your glasses with you?
Probably they were in my purse.
And if you forgot your glasses or your cell phone for communication, booking your appointments, would you have gone back home and gotten those?
No.
You wouldn't have booked any appointments or anything that day?
I don't book
Or
the
you're-
appointments.
Or
They
you
book
don't have
them
any
for me.
glasses, or you wouldn't go back to get your glasses? My point is, they're just as important, your license is just as important, and if not more important than your glasses and your cell phone.
The inspector, you had a question?
The establishment that she mentioned was a nail shop. I'm sorry.
Hair and nails.
Hair and nails. Okay. Often when we go into a salon, if it's licensed for skin and nail, there's a nail tech license and there's an esthetician license. So on the actual report, we list, if it's skin and nail only, we'll list the nail tech as well as the esthetician. So maybe that's why the inspector wanted to know who the esthetician was that's in that establishment to go on the report, because it's not a full-service salon.
On the day that Ms. Porzan received her citation, was she working in the room?
She was working.
It wasn't that she was at another location?
Correct. She was there working.
Are there any other questions of Ms. Porzan? Ms. Bradley?
I have no questions.
Are there any other questions or comments, or have all the board members received the information that they'd like to receive? Ms. Porzan, do you have any final comments?
I don't think so.
At this time, I'd like to entertain a vote whether the factual allegations have been proven or not.
I'll make a motion that we found these allegations to be true.
Is there a second?
I second.
Although, any discussion regarding those factual allegations? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion regarding the violation of NRS 644.290, the display of license. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to fine, take staff recommendations of $200 for NRS 644.
At this time, Ms. Booth, we're just discussing whether or not the violation of the law has happened.
I'm sorry, I thought we did that. I'm sorry, I'm
That's
off in my
okay.
own world. I
No, that's all
apologize.
right.
Obviously.
Would you still like to?
I'll still make that motion to find her guilty of NRS 644.290.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'm sorry?
I'll second.
Thank you. And is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? And that motion carries. With respect to the fine, I would like to entertain a motion whether to uphold or waive the fine associated to the violation of NRS 644.290.
I motion to uphold the fine for NRS 644.290, the amount of $200.
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion? And I'd just like to clarify that this is case C12-432. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? And that motion carries, and that fine is upheld. At this time, Ms. Benaldi, there is an opportunity for you to assess costs associated to the hearing today, or for the Attorney General to prepare the order for Ms. Porzan. I know that that's a subject that you intended to bring forth to the next board meeting, but at this time I would like to give you that opportunity if you so chose, or if any other board member so chose to make a motion to assess costs associated to this this hearing.
I'll make a motion to assess costs on this hearing.
And is there not to an exceed amount? Yes.
Yeah. Yes, and
What-
not to exceed. What did you say?
Can
I'm not sure.
Was this a prayer of relief that you was requested by the state?
Well, it's a citation appeal. So, no, I mean, it's not in there. I mean, what happens is a person is issued a citation when someone comes out to a salon, and then the person has their option to appeal the citation or not.
Which is not deemed discipline.
It's discipline. I mean, it still goes in their record. They are going to be fined. They'll get an order. But we've not asked for costs because it's a citation. The citation.
You could, because
they can.
pursuant to 622.
I'm going to advise, though, that we don't do it until we have a more detailed discussion about it. Because my concern is this: that somebody comes out to a salon and inspects a person, and then I don't think it should cost them more money to appeal a fine or be heard by the board when we're talking about a citation appeal. I mean, we haven't done that until this point, and I think it would severely chill somebody's ability and willingness to appeal their citation if we're going to charge them, for example, $75, because that's about approximately the time it's going to take me to write the order for the case. So I just think, I mean, it's not that we can't do it, but I think we need to be really careful about it because it's not something the board's done while I've been your attorney for 5.5 years.
So, Ms. Long, at this time, what the two deputies attorney general are discussing are NRS 622A.350. And we have not, as a board, established any type of precedent to assess.
It's 622-400, just so the record's clear.
Right.
And what that says is that the board can recover its cost in a proceeding against a licensee as long as the person is found guilty of a violation. So obviously here you found her guilty of not displaying her license, so the law does allow you to recover costs. And we've done it a few times in disciplinary hearings where I've done a complaint notice of hearing and it's been a longer process. We also did it in one case for a citation when I believe you waived the $1,000 fine, but you did charge the person $75 in costs. I think in this case, if you were to assess her cost, what you'd be doing is fining her $200 and then adding $75 on top of that for her wanting to appeal it before the board. And so that's why I'm going to urge you not to do it in this case. That's my advice to you, but certainly the law does allow you to do it.
And so the board has not had that precedent established. That is a concern of Ms. Benaldi's, that as a board we discuss that opportunity or that, that legal right. We have yet to do that, and so at this time, if you want to continue to make that motion, or if you would like to move on.
I'd like to continue to make the motion.
And so we have another comment?
No, if she wants to continue with it, I was asking if there was a motion on the table. If so, if we were going to proceed, or if not, then we'd ask that it would be withdrawn.
Okay, so I believe we do have a motion on the table. Do I need to have the transcriptionist reread the motion?
If you'd like to, since there was
Some discussion prior to the second. Does anybody need to hear Ms. Long's motion, or would you like to restate your motion?
I motion to ask for costs, so we hit it with the amount, which was $75.
Okay. Not to exceed.
Not to exceed $75.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Is there any other discussion, or Ms.
Yeah.
One? I don't think we take discussion from.
I would like to say, I do agree with Sarah. I think that we're charging them, the fine is $200. They have the right to come before us. And I think if they're going to come before us, we should be saying it's going to be $275, not $200, so that she knows prepared coming here to win or lose. So I just have a little bit of a concern about charging extra than what she knew what she was coming here to try to appeal. So I'm for just the $200.
And that opinion can be reflected in your vote,
yes,
definitely.
Yeah, and I agree with you entirely. I think she would have to be notified, and it should be, clear to her that she may incur costs should she lose.
And Ms. Bradley, do you have a comment to that?
I'm just more comfortable with.
Do you have a comment regarding the notification that Mr.
Yeah, I'm
Nixdorf-
looking at the paperwork and there is no notification in here. It just says that what the violation was and that they have to be here, but nowhere is NRS 622-400 referenced in the letter that's sent to the licensee that I can see.
And did you have any concerns or comments regarding Mr. Nixdorf's request for notification to the respondent?
I would tend to support what Sarah is saying.
Okay. Does all the board members have the information that they need to make a vote at this time, or is there additional discussion or questions that need to be asked? Or all those in favor of the motion to assess costs not to exceed $75, please say aye. This is, we're asking for the vote.
Can you reword that?
Well, you have a motion on the table that you made, and I'm asking for those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed to that motion, please say nay.
Nay.
Nay. And that motion is denied. Do you need to know who and who? Okay. Ms. Porzan, thank you. You have a upheld fine of $200 at this time, and you will receive an order, or you are welcome to go to the office to take care of that.
You just mentioned that she is able to set up a payment plan if it's hard for you.
Thank you,
at
Ms.
this time.
Blasco. So if that is something that you desire, you make arrangements with the office for that. And Ms. Bradley, please correct me if I'm mistaken, but your fine is due and payable in some term that you arrange once you receive the order from Ms. Bradley.
Yeah, I believe the order will tell you what the fine amount is and when it's effective, and I think because you're licensed, normally it just has to be paid by the time you renew your license next, unless you have a payment plan set up with the office that takes you beyond that time period, because I don't know when your license expires. So you have some time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have our next appeal of citation. Does anybody need a break at this time before we proceed? We're all good? Thank you. This is case number C12435, Lupita's Beauty Salon. Is Ms. Camargo present today? Ms. Blasco?
No, they paid their fine. They will not be here.
Ms. Bradley, do you need to make any comments regarding the item that's been agendized, but the citation has been paid?
I think based on Ms. Blasco's representation, we can withdraw the citation appeal. If she's received payment for the fine already, obviously they're not intending to appeal, and I can prepare, I guess, some sort of notification regarding that so that I can close my file on it.
Any board comments or concerns regarding the closing of that or the removal of that from the agenda? We're going to proceed to My Salon. This is case number C12479. Yes, sir.
They also paid their fine. They will not be here.
Moving right along. Ms. Bradley, are your concerns or questions or comments similar to the previous item?
Yes, my comments are the same. I will take that representation as the fact that they did not want to appeal and close my file and withdraw the appeal.
Any other board questions or comments regarding C12479?
I have a question or comment for Ms. Bradley. With both of these cases being appealed before the board for review of their citation and then paying the fine afterwards, was there time spent by you preparing cases that were then now paid fines?
No. Normally for citation appeals, my time is minimal in preparation. Generally, it involves just photocopying the exhibits so that I have them for the meeting, and yet generally my assistant takes care of that for me. So I mean, maybe there's a few minutes, but generally speaking, it's not a lot of preparation.
The reason why I ask is I would be much more motivated to vote for us to assess fines in that situation because we took the time to be here for this, and then after they decided to appeal, they then paid so that's what I'm trying to establish.
And
but
so just as a
minimal
format,
amount of time is what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, if it was a formal complaint notice of hearing, we would still continue in their absence, and in those, I spend quite a bit more time because I have to draft a complaint. But in this case, it's a citation that one of your inspectors drafts, and then the person fills out the paperwork to appeal it. It's sent to me, and so I do have it, and like I said, generally it's just for me, I make a few copies, and my assistant puts it in a folder for me, and I bring it.
Okay, well, so if that's ever the case when it's a much more involved case, I'll bring that up again at that time. Thank you.
and just as a point of clarification with Mr. Hoffman's comment, he did say assess fines, but he meant assess costs.
Excuse me, assess costs.
Ms. Booth?
Along the same line, I think Perry's kind of alluded to that, and maybe looking at the structure of what we charge for a fine to make sure that fine is covering, so that there's just one fee when somebody walks through the door. I think it gets kind of convoluted having different fees like that, except when you get into a larger case. But if we need to move the fine to $300 so that it covers the cost, I think that's...
With all due respect, Ms. Booth, the law allows for the collection of costs.
And I'm very aware of that, but I'm thinking when someone comes here, they need to know what they're gonna, I think it's just easier if they know.
Well, basically, and Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong, it's actual fees and costs, which you'd have to itemize and let Noah. So it's going to be different for each case.
And what you could do is you could say, I mean, if you wanted, let's say in a citation appeal, I mean, this would be a little complicated, but I think you could say, well, we're gonna uphold the total amount of $200, but we're gonna say that 125 is a fine and 75 is costs. I mean, you could possibly do that, I suppose, but the key is you're gonna have to break it down in the meeting by dollar amount for two reasons. One, Ms. Blasco needs to know how to account for that, because if you say $200 fees and costs, or fines and costs, she doesn't know what to do with it. So you need to tell her which dollar amount is which for your accounting. And then also what the law says is the law wants the person to know, and they go to different places, because the fine money goes to the treasurer's office and the cost money reimburses you for my bill. So it would still have to be broken down, and maybe that's confusing for people, but I think we can talk about that at the next meeting in February and really kind of get working on this, because I think if we're going to do it, it may involve some minor tweakings of your forms that we send to citation appeal people. It's also going to involve a philosophical discussion of the board, the pros and cons. You know, we can talk about it in detail and figure out a way that people aren't penalized more for appealing, but yet the board still gets its costs, because there's nothing saying that you can't get your costs. It's just how we figure that out. So anyway, and this isn't, let's maybe move on, I guess.
Well, no, and also I was just gonna say, I mean, if you don't already have a notice requirement in citation, or the notice of citation, there's a due process issue. You need to have that, some
Yes.
sort of statement in there, you know, apprising them of the fact that
Costs may be
in addition
charged.
to this
Yes.
citation amount, you will be charged these fees.
You may be charged.
NRS 622.
Point 400?
Yes, yeah. So we'd have to note that, and then when they're sent their
Right.
report, we'll put that.
Thank you very much for that continued education to help our meetings run smoother and more efficiently. Our next petition to appear is Ms. Valerie Sanchilli. Is Ms.
Is it okay if we actually with me?
Please, and if you both please step up, you and your witness, or and if you both please take a moment to spell your name and be sworn in before Mr. Nelson.
Valerie Sanchilli, V-A-L-E-R-I-E, Sanchilli, S-A-N-C-H-I-L-L-I.
Joel McConnell, J-O-E-L, McConnell, M-C-C-O-N-N-E-L-L.
If you both raise your right hands. You and each of you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you.
Before I sit down, can I give you guys a copy of our proposal?
Yeah. And actually, if you'll start with Mr. Jimno. Thank you. You know, just as a formality, do petitioners get sworn in also?
Anytime someone's giving you testimony, I think they should be sworn.
Okay. Okay, so at this time, since we've been given an exhibit, I would like to maybe take at least 5 or 7 minutes for board members to take the opportunity to review it. So if we could just take a 5-minute break, that gives our transcriptionist an opportunity to do his thing and us to do ours, and we'll resume in about 5 minutes. Wait for the other executive.
No, she's actually, because you've done the disciplinary cases, so she's done. She has a client here in the building she's going to talk with, and she's going to come back and I think join us for lunch.
Okay, so she doesn't need to be.
She doesn't need to be present.
Okay, so Mr. Nelson, when you're ready, just let us know.
Looks like we're okay on that one.
Okay. This meeting resumes at 10:10. Thank you all for taking a few minutes to review your packet. And I do want to thank you for presenting such a well-rounded packet. It's extremely nice to receive something like this. It makes our decision-making a lot more successful. At this time, I just would like to give you the opportunity to address the board and present your petition, please.
My name is Valerie Sanchilli. I currently own the O2 Barn Spas at McCarran Airport. I don't know if you've seen them, C gates, D gates, and AB gates. And I've been there for approximately 8 years. And what we're trying to do is sort of reinvent and repackage the concept, adding just express manicures and pedicures. to the passengers at McCarran Airport. Based on the feedback of 8 years, these are some of the comments and feedback that we've gotten, that suggestions and comments that I think will be well received with the typical passenger. If you get a chance to look at the architectural drawings, this is what we would like to replace the existing bars. It's not a very good picture, it came out a little dark in the back. C16 has a unit, I don't know if you all have been to Southwest Airlines, it goes up against the wall. It would take up the same footprint as the existing bar, oxygen bar, and this is the picture. This is what we would like to replace it with.
Now, you're saying manicure and pedicure, but I see massage and beauty written there.
Currently, what we do is we do massage tools. We do demonstrations. For example, if somebody wants to buy a head massager, we will demonstrate it with the purchase. That's basically what we do now. We are thinking of getting it more into the massage aspect of it. These are just drawings of what the bar would look like. If we decide to add massages, we will have to go that route with the massage board.
Are there some spider tools that
Yes,
go with
yes. We demonstrate that. We also demonstrate 2 or 3 other different types of massage tools. So that's why we have that written on there. At this point, we are looking mainly to just to add the express manicure, the dry manicure and pedicure, similar to that of Laga, which is just open at Premium Outlet South.
And then I'm not familiar with dry manicure. What is that exactly?
Dry manicure would be there's no
Soaking.
There's no soaking. But soaking, it's just basic pushing back of the cuticle, quick top coat, polish, buff, shaping of the nail.
Like a polish change,
Similar to a polish change.
Would you be using gel nails?
No, no acrylics, no gels. You know, for the passenger that has 15, 20 minutes.
The gel polish, I meant.
No gel polish at this time.
Okay.
Maybe at a later time we might want to add it. But the typical passenger that arrives at, especially Southwest, they have about 45 minutes. So this is, you know, somebody who just wants their nails buffed, polished, shaped, real quick. And then Chris will go over the sink aspect of it, because I know that the code requires a hot water, cold water holding tank.
Yeah, obviously we'll be having a cosmetologist in charge and a cosmetology license to be able to do the nails. When we get into that aspect, we have to have the sink, which we're asking for a variance on, because we know that you require permanent plumbing. We're asking for a variance with a portable sink, which I've supplied an example of here.
And where is that going to go?
The sink is in, actually I can show it to you right here. It's in this, you can see the neck of the sink in the left-hand corner.
Oh, okay.
This is a better picture.
Here, there's another picture.
Oh, right at the front where they come up at the counter.
Right. So it's going to be like a high-end, like a gloss sink. So we don't really want to hide it. I think it kind of sells our concept.
And then just as a formal reminder, to get back to my other question, a dry pedicure is similar to a dry manicure, but it's the
Exactly.
We just don't have the bowl to soak the feet in, which would require more water than what we want to
Pushing
provide.
back with the cuticle, buff, just very, very basic.
Express.
Very express. I don't know if you've been to Miami Airport, Fort Lauderdale, JFK, 10-minute manicure, very successful. They do very well. The idea is to do last-minute touch-ups. Right now we do the retail of spa products, lotions, scrubs, things like that. We'll continue to have our retail cosmetics maybe expand. For example, last night I was flying out for this meeting, and I forgot mascara. And I sat with the airport last week, and I said, the entire Seagates, all of Southwest Airlines, if you forget your moisturizing cream or mascara or any last minute items, you can't get it anywhere in Southwest. So that's why we want to repackage and reinvent our concept to provide the basic essentials for your last minute flyers. your businessmen that go back and forth to LA, San Diego. They're always looking for a place to sit and relax and
Be pampered.
last minute items that you can't get right now, so.
And where does the pedicurist sit when she's, or he is performing a pedicure?
We're gonna have stools that are not seen in this drawing that will be, in front of the couch.
Tuck them away and move them out.
Yes.
If service
Yes.
requires and so forth.
In each individual chair that you see, these are the strands. And if I could pass this around, these are the materials that are provided. The graphics that you see here, the crystals that go in between each station, these are the crystals. This is the flooring. This is the waterproof loungers. Could I pass this around?
Yeah.
Are there some, do you have a question?
Yes, I'm the manicurist on the board, and I was noticing where your add-on services, you have an express peel or you have an express scrub. Now, when you use those, how are you going to remove that from the hands and the feet? I mean, I understand the spraying, that you're going to use the antiseptic, but how would you remove that?
We will have water. We will have a water source, and we have done, based on the research we've seen, that you guys have granted variances in the past.
Wipes.
We will have wipes to remove it, and we'll also have a water source. So we're going to have up to like 25 gallons of water there with a hot water source and everything. So, and if you look in the picture, the restroom, the men's restroom, which has a janitorial closet, is 12 feet away.
Oh, nice, so it's nice and close.
Okay, and then
within 100 feet with regards to.
Exactly. So the women's restroom, and there is a picture of that, the existing O2 bar, which this will replace, and it's a corner shot, so you can see the men's restroom is right there. Now the women's restroom, because most of our manicurists will be women, women employees, manicurists, will have access to the janitorial closet of the women's restroom, which is 44 feet from the entrance of our bar. So,
Mr. Jimno, do we need to see any written agreement for the use of that janitorial area?
That would be in their lease, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It would be in our
It
lease.
would be in the lease, so we would
We don't
just
have
check
any.
it to see if it was in the
We
lease.
have jurisdiction over.
Okay.
Well, they have to be able
Well,
to.
for the NRS.
And-
yes,
Ms.
So,
Booth?
the last time we did this, we didn't adopt that as the policy, so that's where I'm a little bit confused on, is the last time we did it, always have to be a variance, or we can't just go back to where we were before?
No, it has to be a variance.
I
It
think
always
what-
has to be a variance, okay.
Yeah, maybe to help you with your question, Ms. Booth, is that we have mobile establishments, and the kiosk style establishment we've determined is not a mobile establishment because
I
there's an
remember that,
assumption on wheels.
Yeah.
And so because they're using the water source without the permanent plumbing, that's where each individual case becomes a variance.
But what I was trying to say, we did a kiosk before, and I understand the difference between the mobile and the kiosk, and we did a kiosk before. I'm just wondering why we don't just, we didn't adopt that as a rule, so it has to be a variance.
We have to do a bill draft request to do
On
that,
each
because it's an
one.
NRS. The
Okay.
NRS statute dictates that you have to have permanent plumbing, and they're trying to ask for a variance for.
Actually, it's NAC that
I'm sorry,
says-
NAC.
Yeah, because you can't make variances to the NRS. You can only do a variance to a regulation.
Okay, sorry.
But it's
My
the
fault.
same theory.
Right, it's the
Oh,
same
we
theory. You
have
have
to
to
add
change
it.
the law to change.
And possibly, this is something for the law review committee to consider, if you continue to see people wanting, this is an interesting idea and it's a new area, it may be worth drafting something in the regulations that talks about how we're gonna handle kiosks. That way, board staff has more ability to approve these without the board approving them.
So, my question to you is, you have this non-permanent plumbing sink where you can have X amount of gallons of cold and hot water and heated. What's the total amount of water?
well, we propose.
Because when we approved it before with the other kiosk-style salons, I have this.
I think you guys
It was
20 gallons.
25 or 22 or something like that we required. So if that's not what you have, can you expand to make it?
Yes,
that?
we can. It's just a matter of buying
Another
holding
tank,
tanks, and I
okay.
actually have the holding tank that we
Right,
are using
yeah,
there.
it's in there, yeah, right there.
They're 6-gallon holding tanks, so if you guys want 20 gallons, then we can get 4 of those.
Okay.
I think you indicated that you were going to have 20.
And that's what we did because we looked at your past history.
The total of 5 is what's in there, right? You have the holding tank plus 4, is that what you said?
Yes. Is that what I said? Yeah. I mean, that would probably be overkill.
I read.
Right, you'll probably find a way to figure out whatever you need on a daily basis, but because
Right,
we
right.
approved it before, that's why I'm asking. I want to find out how much your capacity can be, so that.
Right.
We also have 2 storage units that go underground in ground zero of the airport. They're pretty large storage areas that they give us now. I mean, we have so much room and storage below that we could also keep.
So you could also keep extra tanks of fresh water that
Yes.
you could then replenish and so on and so forth. That actually makes it easier.
You might also consider having the hot towels, that way they're damp. You could take the hot towel out and you could wipe the legs, the feet, or the hands with that.
Currently, with our oxygen bars, we do have hot cubbies, so that would be an easy addition. And actually, thank you for that idea. That's a very good idea.
That would be a lot easier, I think, for you than having to get up, go to the sink, do all of that. You
Right,
can just
right.
grab your wet towel, your damp towel, they're warm, it's also very soothing.
Make sure you're putting those towels in a receptacle afterwards. And make
Yes.
sure that they're properly
Right, and
sanitized.
then flipping clothes in the cabinet
sanitation.
before and so on and so forth.
When it changes like that, you want to make sure that you're aware of like the little
the code.
technicalities that go with this.
Mr. Gymno, would the administration staff need to have anything formally in writing about the amount of water that they intend to keep on hand? Because it's one thing to read about it in the sink of being fresh water being 6 gallons. It's another thing to hear that they want to hold about 20 or so gallons on site.
Yeah, we would prefer it written somewhere.
Okay.
If they just send an agreement of the final changes to us, we would accept that.
Okay. Are there any other questions regarding the, Ms. Booth?
I would really like to see us kind of stay along with what we did with the last kiosk, so that we're not, one kiosk is doing something else and kind of.
And that's why I asked about the amount of water they could carry.
Because there was some more to it when we did that the inspector could come in and inspect and make sure that the gray water is marked gray water and the clean water is marked clean, and so that as the inspector went in, they were able to inspect the property, and if something was going awry, they had some teeth in it. So I would like us to adopt what we did for the last kiosk, and
With respect to that, Ms. Booth, and I do really appreciate the consistency of that. However, the other kiosks did come back to the board a second time
For the bathroom.
asking for an additional variance, and I want to be really clear that with this particular vote, either that would have to be included in the motion, or we would have to please encourage the petitioner to come before the board for additional variances if that was needed.
I think
Well-
the other one was 100 feet, wasn't it?
So they've already stated that the bathrooms are within 100 feet, so they don't have to
Yeah.
worry about violating
Not
that
to worry
particular
about any of that.
statute. Yeah.
I'm just pointing out that with Ms. Booth, is yes, I'd like the consistency, but I also want to point out that that first one did receive an additional variance.
Yeah, for the second one.
Mr. President, the variances are important that you articulate what they are. This case is only one variance. It has to do with the water supply, and that is quite agreeable as long as it's written somewhere. But if they needed a variance because of the distance from the bathroom, that's a separate issue.
Thank you. And so that's very clear with everyone.
Question. So, assuming we expand locations, as long as we're within 100 feet of the restroom at perhaps a second location, we would not need to come back for another variance? Or?
Well, at this time, we haven't had a vote, but
Well, I'm sorry, I'm
once the vote was established, then we might be able to answer your question a little
Yeah,
clearer.
you would need to come back.
Each time you would
Yeah,
have to.
each
come
time you
back.
ask for a variance. Sorry.
Each location?
If we could have one person talk at a time, it would make a good record.
Thank you.
Each time you're going to ask for a variance on a statute, if you're going to do an additional location and have an additional sink that's not hard plumbed into the ground, you have to come back
Okay,
before.
so it is per location.
But based on the precedents that we will or won't set with our vote, we can go from there.
Okay, I
So
understand.
that, just so you, and that's what Mr. Jimno is trying to explain. Anytime there's you guys are within the statute with regards to the bathroom. If you were not, you'd have to come back again like the last
I understand.
group did. So that's what we're trying to establish.
And each and every time you wanted to open a new one, you would have to do all of the same thing with the plans and everything and take them to the board office. And then the office felt that it was something that needed to be changed, then you would come back in front of us. But not each time you'd want to reopen a new one.
Are there any other questions or concerns regarding the petitioner's request for a variance for their portable sink?
Can I make a comment? I really like your plan. I think it's extremely innovative. I'm familiar with your oxygen bars and with the economy the way it is, the way that you're expanding and bringing that kind of invitation to incoming tourists into the Las Vegas area, showing them an introduction into the beauty industry and what we can offer there. I think that's really, really admirable. So I like your plans. I like how it looks. I like the voice of it, and I think that it would make a great, proud addition to Las Vegas and representing the beauty industry. So I really do like your plan. I think
Any
it's
other
very
final?
exciting.
Thank you so much. Any other final comments?
I'd like to make a comment. I think this kind of presentation is exactly what we need before the board. A variance like this is very easy to vote in the positive for because it encourages business. So I think it's this is kind of why we're here. So
Yeah,
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Petitioners, do you have any final comments that you'd like before the board members take a vote? And staff, any particular concerns that you might see with this petition? At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion of whether or not to approve the variance for the portable sink for the petitioner Essentials Spa and Relaxation Lounge.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the variance, amending that motion to include the amount of water we've approved previously, 20 gallon. 20 gallon. So long as the portable sink can adhere to that, that's my motion, that we approve this variance.
Okay, Ms. Benaldi seconds. Is there some discussion or any?
I have some.
Please, Ms. Booth.
Could we maybe amend your amendment to say to adopt all of the last variants that we did, so that all the not just the water?
But that's the only thing they're before us for is a variance
Okay.
for the plumbing.
Okay, will that include gray water and stuff like that? That's my question.
Yes, for them to label the tanks appropriately, wastewater, clean water, hot and cold, and so forth. Yes, I'll amend my motion for that.
Thank you.
And I'll second that amendment.
Okay. Are there any other questions or concerns, or does anyone need that motion repeated? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Your petition has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Did you folks need the paper back at all?
Oh, no.
I thought it was pretty cool that you guys did this volunteer golf thing. The inner city youth golf program. I thought that was cool for the inner city games.
You just never know what's going to happen.
The one you said really big with the Elaine one was really big with the inner city games.
Elaine Wynn is very important.
Good luck. Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
All right. We do have another petitioner, Mary Joyce Pontilas. It's license A6895. Is Mary Joyce? Yes, please come right up. And if you could please spell your name and be sworn in by our certified court reporter.
Pontilas, Pontilas.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And if you could keep your voice up, sound it's very soft.
So if for one reason or another we weren't able to hear you, I'll just ask you to speak up, okay? So again, thank you for paying attention to that. Did you have some additional paperwork that you wanted to provide us, or do we
No,
have
that's
what?
it. Nothing has changed.
Okay. And so has all the staff had the opportunity to review the petitioner's request? for the portable sink to be installed in her treatment room?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Are there any questions? Are there any concerns about any additional water or? I noticed that when you spoke to one of our staff folks, you indicated on your September 5th letter that you may have received inaccurate information. I'm not quite sure about that. Do you want to just expound on that one aspect of your petition?
When, before I started applying for the license, I asked the plumber to look at my treatment room if I can have a permanent sink hooked up. And according to him, there's no hookup in my room, so he has to drill like an entire hallway to hook up to the bathroom, which is not going to be, acceptable to the doctor, because that means she has to close her business, and so we can do construction, and that's going to cost thousands. After getting that information, I called State Board office, and I told them, okay, I can't install a sink in my room without having to spend thousands. So the doctor has a separate sink room. Is that gonna work? And she asked me, does everyone has access to it? And I said, the staff does. And she said, okay, that's what I meant. And she said that would work. And so I proceeded with construction, getting my floors done, getting licensed for the place. And then when I came back here to submit my application, the staff member said I can't do it because it didn't have a sink.
So are you before us to request the variance to use a portable dispensary sink?
Correct, in my treatment room. But if I didn't need to, because the doctor already has a sink room, then that would be better, I think.
How far away is the sink room from your room?
Going that way, maybe 15 steps.
So less than 20 feet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you working for the doctor?
I'm a homeopathic assistant in training, yeah.
Okay. Would that fall under our jurisdiction?
Are you a licensed
The word I'm looking for.
esthetician? Okay.
Yeah.
Can
Can I
she's
ask
working
you-
for the doctor. But if she's in the doctor's office and then the doctor's office is not licensed as an establishment, she'd be working under the doctor's license. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Is your treatment room currently an establishment licensed room?
She asked me to get a business license for me because she's sending me her clients because she gets busy. So she just wants me to do them.
So you're working with her,
Yeah.
not for her.
Right.
Okay.
And you're an independent contractor with them?
Yeah.
So this room of yours is the cosmetological establishment?
That's correct.
Okay.
And that's why it needs a dispensary sink.
Okay.
Ms. Booth?
I think that was my question. Why did the board say she couldn't? I was trying to understand why. So that you guys just explained it while I'm sitting here listening.
Okay. So if this sink is 15 steps away, can you rent a larger space? Can you rent enough space from them to incorporate into that sink, or that then violates their space rent?
Yeah, there's
So essentially the portable sink in your room is how you're going to solve the dispensary sink issue.
So what are you going to actually be doing?
Right now, I'm just pretty much doing ultrasound treatments under her license. So she sends me her patients, and sometimes I take them, and then if they didn't need to be seen by the doctor, then I just do ultrasound on them.
And what would you like to be doing in the future?
Maybe eyelash extensions to add it to my
Services.
yeah.
Right, but you need an establishment license and you need the sink to have the
Right.
establishment license. What's the capacity of the sink?
I just saw one online, but if that's not gonna comply, then I'll look for something different.
Okay.
So, Mr. Jimno, what is the staff recommendation for this particular matter that's different for other portable sink applicants?
There's no portable sinks in the system except the 2 variances you gave to the nail shops in the shopping centers and the airport.
And how does this petition differ from those petitions?
It doesn't, but we don't make, we don't change the rules as things go along. The board does that. So our recommendation is to deny the request.
Are there, go right ahead, Mr.
So
Nixon.
in essence, she's having a kiosk, for all intents and purposes, inside that doctor's office rather than inside of a mall or inside of the airport.
You could look at it that way, yeah.
Absolutely. In theory, I don't see a whole lot of difference.
There's not any, she's just asking for a variance on the permanent plumbing because it's, what, $10,000 or $15,000 to run a pipe down there to have a permanent sink, right? So,
Does anybody else have any questions or concerns regarding this petition or petitioner?
If we approve this, how would that work as far as let's say a cosmetologist going to work in a barber shop where they have to have a sink? And we've never allowed them to have a portable sink.
I think it's a new,
So we're talking about a whole new thing. So are we setting a precedent?
No. Each item is a separate variance. Each person would have to come before us and ask for a variance unless we set some policy and change the NAC to accommodate kiosk type style establishment.
Okay, so.
And to be fair, your discussion should hopefully include reasons why you think it's a good idea. So that way, if in the future, if someone comes along and you don't think it's a good idea, it's easier to distinguish. Well, we allowed, person A to do it because of these factors, and we thought it wasn't a problem. But person B, they don't have the factor, you know what I'm saying? That way it's easier in the future to kind of distinguish, because it's possible that somebody else is going to ask for this, and you may want to deny it. And so we want to be really clear on why you would allow person A and not allow person B. Does that make sense?
if you'd like, Ms. Booth, why don't you address that?
Well, for me, as the public member, I just see that she's going into business, and I think we should be here to encourage business, not discourage business.
Absolutely.
While at the same time protecting public safety.
yes.
Yeah, if I can finish. Thank you for helping me. Okay, thank you.
Do you have a contract with the doctor, or is this just like a month-to-month thing? So if you went somewhere else,
I can go.
okay, I mean, like if you just pick up and go somewhere else, would she have to come back in front of us?
Yeah.
Or say she moves to another doctor's office or whatever? Because automatically you could not take the portable sink.
Right.
No,
No, I mean,
and
if-
you'd be approving, the variance so that she can get a cosmetology establishment license. So it'd be just like, if you close your shop down and move to another building, you have to apply for a new cosmetology establishment license.
Right, again, a variance by variance basis.
Okay.
And I think based on the fact that she's not doing a lot of treatments with water, I think it's something that it, validates it personally.
Are there other concerns with an establishment other than the dispensary sink concern that would reflect in this particular petitioner's case? I recognize she's asking for a variance to the permanent plumbing, but are there other factors that need to be taken into consideration when there isn't a dispensary sink?
She will need, obviously, am I just stating the obvious here, an establishment license?
For sure, right.
For sure, so that's.
Well, she's
She will need
changed
to
the
apply for
form.
establishment license.
Mr. Next door?
Mr. Jimno, she would comply with all other regulations necessary for an establishment license with this variance granted, correct?
That's what,
Yes.
exactly what I was, you took the words right out.
The only issue would be that the volume of water has to be the same as the other selections you've made.
And with this variance, she could provide any and all services, esthetician services, correct? Because it's
Yes.
it's an
Well,
esthetician.
that's the scope of her license.
That's the scope, everything within the scope of her license, so regardless of whether or not she feels she's going to do much with water now, she in essence is allowed to do all services within the scope of her
Within
license.
the cosmetological establishment, is that correct?
Correct, within the scope of her license.
But it isn't her intention.
Correct, but she still would be allowed to do that.
So if somebody wanted to go in there and do a blow dry or something, they would be allowed
No.
to do that?
Her-
Solely, okay.
Her scope of
Because she's
license.
an esthetician.
Okay, one at a time. Yeah.
Correct, but if it is an establishment to be able to support all.
It's
they
a
have-
skin-only
It's a
establishment.
skin, okay, thank you for the clarification.
Any other concerns regarding this petitioner or the way that you've made variances in the past as it relates to this petition?
I'd like to make a motion that we allow this variance with the same stipulations on the previous variance with regards to at least a minimum of 20 gallons for the tank capacities, as well as individual labeling of fresh water, wastewater, hot water, cold water, so that everything is clarified for when an inspection is made.
I'll second that.
Is there any other discussion or?
I do have one question. When you have an establishment license, aren't you required to have a dispensary sink and a sink for hand washing? Is it separate?
I think the restroom would be for the hand washing.
Okay.
And the dispensary sink is for the licensee's use.
Okay, thank you.
I don't believe customers are, the intention of the law is not for customers to use a dispensary sink.
Okay, thank you.
How far away is the bathroom?
Right next to the sink room.
Oh, okay, so it's 15
Back to
feet away.
back.
Gotcha, okay.
Or within,
Right,
within
within
100.
within the 100 feet.
Any other questions or comments?
Is there any
Please.
way that the inspector could be prevented from coming to see you during your hours of operation?
No.
You know, like the business, like the doctor's office is closed, but you've got a back door that you let somebody in,
Mm-mm.
nothing like that. So
No, it's
when
just
you're
one
open-
entrance.
Right, when you're open for business, it's open for business, and anybody can come in.
Would she need to post her license on the outside in that aspect as it's now an establishment?
See, that might be something, your door is closed when you're doing service, correct? And that means that essentially, as far as the inspector is concerned, you're taking this as a door to your establishment.
Actually, that's not true, Mr. Nixdorf. If the esthetician is working, the inspector has the right to inspect that room. A
Understand.
lot of estheticians think that just because they're in there working, that the inspector is not allowed in. The inspector is doing an inspection and they're inspecting the cosmetological establishment, and they can open that door with your customer inside with you working on that.
Is that correct? I mean, that's
That's
how it's,
correct,
that's
but
how it's
it's
done, right?
tough to do it.
Yeah.
Try to be
So
Right, I
responsible.
mean,
we
generally, the inspector would not do that unannounced, right? You would,
That's correct.
so how is it?
Is she able to post her license on the outside so she wouldn't be disturbed as she is in a doctor's office? And in doctor's office, I mean, you don't just walk into a doctor's office as it's not a salon. Would she
Right.
be able to, have that privacy as posting her license on the outside?
Certainly she could, but the inspector has the right.
Regardless to
Right.
inspect?
Yes,
Okay.
and so that should be made very clear to all people who have establishments with estheticians. Just because the door is closed does not restrict the inspection of that room while it's being in use.
I would just recommend that to make it easy on the inspection staff, that you make it easy for your license to be seen, even if the door is closed.
Absolutely.
And so you kind of understand Mr. Nixdorf's concern. He just wants to make sure that your room is available for inspection when an inspector shows up, if in fact you are working that day. The inspector will return on a day that you are working in the event that you're closed.
Okay.
Any other questions or concerns? We have a motion on the table. We have a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries. Your single variance has been approved. Thank you.
Good luck.
Please be sure the license is posted. We do have another petition to appear. Mr. Smith, attorney in fact for Ronnie Bogart, license C13267, requesting the board to grant approval for two separate salon establishment licenses. Is Mr. Smith available?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Smith, please come right up. As an attorney, there's no reason for you to be sworn in, and if your name is spelled correctly, if you'll just acknowledge that to Mr. Nelson.
Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T, Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
And your bar number?
Oh, I'm not an attorney. I just have power of attorney for the person I'm here representing.
Oh, well then if you'll please stand to be sworn in then.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this board be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. When you're ready, please present.
Okay, well, first of all, I'd like to thank the board for allowing me the opportunity to come and talk to you today. I'd also like to say that in dealing with both your office and your field personnel, everybody's been very courteous and very respectful, and I appreciate that. And I also appreciate the fact that Mr. Jimno took his time to come up from Las Vegas and review the property. The difficulty here is we're having a hard time, and I'm here representing Ronnie Bogart, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. She's recovering from strep throat. She's the owner of this building. It's at 215 South Wells Avenue here in Reno. She's a licensed cosmetologist. She's had her business here for over 20 years. And due to the downturn in the economy, she's had to look at doing some revisions. And one of her longtime operators decided he wanted to take a shot at his own salon. And there's 3 levels to this building. And she's been operating on all 3 levels. And basically what she's trying to do now is downsize her operation to the 3rd level. She's leased out the 2nd level to Mr. Waterman, who, like I say, has been there for many, many years. And so we've had 2 names there in the past. It's been Caesar's Beauty World and Caesar's Styling World, all under 1 license. When Mr. Waterman decided he wanted to lease the 2nd level, which is totally self-contained, other than an elevator, and I assume you've all read the letter, or you're familiar with what I'm talking about with that seems to be the only difficulty is the fact that we have an elevator that comes from the 1st floor and it comes up through the 2nd level to get to the 3rd level. And then there is a short set of steps, 4 to 5 steps, as a fire exit, so people can exit the 3rd level if they need to. But other than that, it's totally self-contained. They have all their own sinks, all their own equipment, their own restrooms, and that prevails throughout the building, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level. So anyway, what she's trying to do is downsize her operation, maintain it on the 3rd level only. She's leased out the 2nd level to Mr. Waterman. We had no idea there would be any kind of a problem in him getting a license. And I assume, maybe we can both take some blame on that for perhaps not checking first, but the fact that we had 2 businesses operating in there over the years, we just didn't perceive it to be a problem. The long and the short of it is, I think for Ms. Bogart, is that Mr. Waterman, would like to maintain his own business under his own license, and our concern is that if that isn't approved, then he'll be looking for space elsewhere. We're currently operating there under both names, but it's under 1 license. So our request is that we be granted approval for Mr. Waterman to have his own license for his level in the building, again, which is fully self-contained.
Mr. Jimno, has there been an establishment that has 2 or 1 or more establishment licenses in the past?
Not in a license within a license.
Do we
And
have?
The building is such that it's not clear where the building ends. It's open, it has a stairwell and a connection to the elevator, but it is not clear where the building ends. So 3 and 4 are 2 and 3 look like all 1 establishment, and they want to call it 2 different establishments and have 2 different licenses. So the issue is we have stayed with non-license within a license position. It's up to the board though, but it's very confusing. When I was there, their solution was to put a chain across the access.
I thought it was a fire access.
They're talking about it's an internal access that connects to the elevator.
I might clarify, though, there is separate access to both levels. You can access the building from both the front and back.
So the issue is they would have to build walls.
Is there an objection to you building a wall?
Well, we wouldn't have an objection to that, but I don't think that would pass the fire codes. There has to be a second exit.
Well, they can have an access, but it's open.
I mean, could you build a door, a wall with a door?
There actually is a door on that third level that could be put back in.
Do we have a floor plan you can show us?
I thought you'd have pictures because your inspectors came in and took pictures and did all of that. I basically don't have a floor plan, unfortunately.
Do we know from office staff if the establishment file has the photograph that he's referencing?
I don't know about photographs, we do have floor plans.
Are those floor plans available for review at this time?
I can go make copies, certainly.
Or if we just maybe pass around one for the time being and, let's just, do you have that with you, Mrs.
No,
Charles?
I'm sorry, I don't, but I'll go get it.
Okay, so,
Take a small recess.
yeah,
I had a question.
oh, please, Ms. Booth,
Can
before.
I ask, how is this different than a Solera salon?
I'm not sure what that is.
Sola salon?
Yeah,
I'm
they're
sorry.
enclosed studios, and they're fully encompassed all the establishment laws in each individual studio, and they're completely sealed off.
Yes, they're sealed off.
And then you go to the bathroom, okay.
So-
That's different.
So I have a
So
question.
one moment, Mr. Nixdorf.
The question I had, and possibly Ms. Booth might be able to shed more light, would the stairs act as an easement, as a convenient easement, segueing from one to another, as the, no, not
No,
at all.
stairs are not an easement.
Stairs would not act as an
Mr. Nixdorf?
only,
Currently, the establishment license encompasses the entire floor plan of the entire building. So if this were to occur, we would have to have another establishment license issued to the original person who then has an establishment license for the third floor, the first floor. So those would then become two establishments, correct? We aren't really going to be issuing a license within a license. We're going to be establishing two establishment licenses. Is that not correct?
It's not correct in a sense that the building tends to be open in the center. So the building doesn't show two separate buildings. It doesn't show two separate establishments. It all looks like one. And the only difference is he's leasing the property of the second floor.
Right.
Now, the first floor is undetermined. They indicate, well, they're gonna be a license at the third floor and a license at the second floor. But it's not like separate buildings, separate floors.
There's not individual entrances for each
No,
floor?
there's not.
Yes, there is. There is an individual entrance from Park Street to the third level.
Yeah, but on the inside it's not.
So
Where
a
you
person
go-
enters in on the
Well,
third level.
there is a common stairwell that goes up to the second
Yeah,
level, and
but
then a
it's
set
open.
of steps that goes to the third, and that's the fire exit from the third
Let's
level.
take a look at that floor plan before
Yeah.
before we proceed. But if you have a question
I have-
absent the floor plan.
Yes, I have a question absent the floor plan.
Okay.
Why don't you just lease it out to him as an independent contractor and say this is your space?
Well, that's basically what we've done, but
Why doesn't he want to just do that?
he's under our license.
Okay. And he doesn't want to be under your
He
license?
doesn't want to be under our license. He wants to have his own establishment under his own license. He got his business license from the city. That wasn't a problem.
Right.
And so why doesn't he lease back to your client, Ms. Bogart? And
That's what he's doing.
That's what he's trying to do. I'm just curious as to why, what is his reasoning for wanting to have a separate?
It's just an independence thing. He wants his own salon. He wants his own license.
And then, Mr. Smith, my concern is that if I'm a cosmetologist working for one for the gentleman, because it seems like one's a gentleman, one's a female. What if all the shampoo bowls are being used in his establishment? Can I go run up to Ms. Bogart's shampoo bowls and wash my client in her bowls?
No,
Because it's all open, from my understanding.
Well,
Well, I mean, so if there's two establishments right there, I mean, I assume you guys are going to share some stuff.
no, they're not. I mean, that's already been determined that it's not a shared facility. And that's why they all have their own restrooms, their own bowls, their own chairs.
So it's not a shared facility in terms of the two businesses cooperating with one another, but it's a shared facility in that the floor plan has an open center with fire access between the two establishments.
Right, correct.
Huh.
But separate entrances to the building.
So,
Like I say, the third level has its own entrance, but it has a common exit because it has to have a fire exit.
So how does the gentleman lock up his business if the upstairs business is still open and working?
Well, he doesn't, effectively. I mean,
Well, so what prevents anybody who's in her business from running around his business if his business is closed but hers is open?
yeah, well,
Where's that safeguard that one business isn't being used? Because what I'm trying to get at is that if unlicensed activity is taking place in the gentleman's business, but he's closed, but she has access to his business, I don't see where that safeguard's coming in, just from what I'm hearing from you. Where's his safeguard that his business is locked up?
Like, could a child get down that stairwell and get into an iron or a
Or
drawer
just
or a
unlicensed
sharp?
activity?
And it could create a havoc for the inspectors as well.
I guess I'm just not getting that. I mean, for one reason or another, I'm just not getting that.
Can a wall or doors be installed to completely lock his portion away from?
we would be willing to look into that to see if we could put a fire door in there that, would have a bar where they could bar out, but they couldn't access it. But again, it doesn't really address, somebody could from the upstairs access his area by barring out that door.
So is there any way to completely isolate that
No,
establishment?
because then we wouldn't have a second exit for the third level. There's no way to get a stairwell.
so the stairs have to come down through the second floor in order for it?
They have to come through the second level and down the stairs out the front door.
Can I say something else?
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Booth, yes.
Would it be possible, it seems to me, to put like a slide for where his business is and to maybe build something with a little rail in it and they pull like a little bar around at nighttime and lock it off around the salon area, which they do that in a lot of the
Again,
malls.
we can't lock it off in a permanent fashion.
I'm only seeing around his chair, he's probably got his supplies locked in a supply room, I'm gonna guess. So those are probably not out, but his chairs and stuff, you could put a little, like accordion door, only they usually make a metal bar type thing.
The only problem is that the stairwell bisects his area, and he's got chairs on both sides. He's got stations on both sides.
Visual, visual.
Yeah.
So,
So-
plans are coming.
I'm inclined to believe that he needs to be able to lock his establishment. There need to be walls in place in such a way that he can turn the key and walk away and there's no entrance to his establishment.
I don't think that's feasible.
So that, you could put sliders, without seeing the floor plan, I don't know, but there's gotta, glass doors, things like that.
It would be coming through like an area like this with, chairs on both sides. You'd have to have walls through the entire second level.
So let's take a look at that floor plan before we go on, and we'll just take a 5-minute break. To look at it, Ms. Booth?
I haven't seen it.
Why don't I pass that down?
Oh, I'm sorry.
She's got the schedule.
The second page is.
It's right in the middle, like an old department store or something.
Yeah, so the stairwell's in the middle, so we need to be called back into order, don't we? At 11.
But everybody's had the opportunity to review it, and everybody has their copy? All right.
11:09.
This meeting is back in order at 11:09. Would you like me to wait for Ms. Bradley?
Yeah, it should wait.
Okay, so...
Okay, so not back in order.
She is lost.
It's okay.
For any other age, you went that way. You left the building.
So, Mr. Nelson, I guess strike that.
I'll just leave all
that out, like we didn't go back to session.
Yeah. And then when we go back in, I'll just call out the new time to you. Okay, so we are off the record at this time, people. No cussing.
Yeah, you might want to look at
Well, the building is the whole footprint. When you come
Is that an AC?
Yes, no, it's an NRS.
NRS, what is it?
6440225.
That's the first floor.
Pretty much page one.
Up the stairs, go to the landing, come up this way. No, just second, there's 3 floors.
Correct, 0225.
Okay, so landing comes here, exit, elevators in the corner, and then the stairs go up. 3rd floor. And that's what Harry was trying to ask. This is the lady that owns the place. She's on the 3rd floor.
It's just right
The
there.
guy that wants to leave.
It's like the 4th
He's on
block.
the second
It's like the
floor.
very
Says
4th
no
block.
way because this is a fire exit that we can close this off so that people can't be doing whatever.
What is that supposed to be?
Well, it
Hey,
says,
nail technologist.
I think you should wait for that to be on the record. Yeah.
Building or part of the building. Why are they just referencing nail techs in that law?
Which is,
okay,
licensed nail tech.
Yeah, and the last part of the sentence is
in a barber shop.
Nail techs are allowed to work in a
Oh,
barber
they are?
shop. Yes,
Oh, okay.
that's why. Nail techs are allowed to work in a barber shop.
Other than a licensed barber shop, I got you.
Right.
In which one or more licensed
Right.
nail technologists.
Mr. Jim, now, just as a friendly reminder, this is the same law book, but just without the cover. I mean, the laws did not change in those 2 years. They just reissued
Some things
for.
we changed manicures to nail techs.
Oh, there were.
Yes.
You have to have it reprinted every time you make it.
Oh, there were some minor changes.
Yes,
Oh,
for
okay, that's-
instance.
I've been using this old book.
The old one?
With manicures, we don't refer to.
Get one from the
we don't
office.
We refer to nail techs instead of manicuring. Those are just a small change.
Okay. You know, the other thing that I noticed too is there's still that form number 2. You remember that? Did we ever correct that form number 2?
I don't know where that is.
I was just saw it last night when I was getting ready for today.
They clean it up whenever they find an error or we find an error. But I don't know where that is.
I'll find it here because I thought I circled it. I just didn't write down the provision.
They can get in.
But there is some changes in the use section.
Okay, there are, huh? Oh, that's how funny, I've been using this.
You're probably all right, except for the use section. that's been added. Come on, Sarah, we're waiting for you. We're always waiting for you.
I thought I had time to.
No, you
So,
didn't. That's 5
Mr.
minutes.
Hoffman,
I guess it takes a while to walk through the parking lot.
Mr. Hoffman,
And drop a bagel on the floor.
I just need the
That's a whole other
time.
story.
Okay, Mr. President.
Google says 11:12.
No, he already did.
11:12. We are resuming the meeting. Thank you so much, Mr. Smith, for giving us the opportunity to kind of look over your floor plan and get a better understanding of your establishment floor plan and then your intentions for the use of the space. The floor plan was requested to have a better understanding of the fire access and also to have a better understanding of whether or not 2 establishments can exist under the same roof. Mr. Nixdorf, did you have some questions from the very beginning?
I do. I've gone back to the NRS 6440225, and under that cosmetological establishment defined, it says a cosmetological establishment means any premises, mobile unit, building, or part of a building where cosmetology is practiced. other than licensed barbershop and wig salon. But my earlier line of reasoning was that I felt that the establishment should be lockable and separated entirely and so on and so forth. But as I read this particular segment where it says part of a building, I'm inclined to believe that that isn't a requirement, as long as they meet all the other requirements of a cosmetological establishment, such as restrooms, water, et cetera, et cetera. Et cetera.
Dispensary sinks.
Dispensary sinks, all the things that make up, if that part of the building is compliant, I'm not so sure that just having someone have the ability to walk through that portion is any different than, say, going to Macy's and being able to walk through a variety of cosmetic counters, each their own business. And if it's okay with that establishment owner and he allows people to walk through there, which of course would be, in my case, a security risk, somebody lift a pair of scissors, or, I wouldn't want my establishment open to anybody being able to walk through it. But that doesn't mean that somebody else doesn't want to have that risk or assume that risk. And so I'm of the inclination to say that if they meet the cosmetological requirements to have an establishment, that they should have it, and the other establishment, that instead of subleasing, it shouldn't be a sublease, right? It needs to be their own cosmetological establishment, and they have to meet the establishment rules as much as, so it's two establishments, not one establishment inside another establishment. And there needs to be maybe post officers should know the difference too, right? XYZ establishment at Suite A and Suite B or something like that, right? So that there's a clear definition that those are separate things.
Can I ask a question? Is there any law that says they have to lock it up when they go home at night?
No.
That you're aware of?
That's why I went to here.
Yeah, I don't see that.
Okay.
And would that be considered self-contained? Is that what we would be looking for in the law? What would we be looking for that would somehow establish that a cosmetological establishment does need to be?
I think it would say lockable. I know when we talk about the private residence, and that's not what this is, but in the private residence they talk about having a separation, but that's from the home, from another, yeah.
And we've just given some kiosks the ability to have a cosmetological establishment, and they have no capacity to lock theirs up either, per se, unless they pull down gates, or, they can do what they want to have, but, in
But
essence,
that's their providence, not ours.
That's correct. That's their concern, not ours, right?
I think that the risk of unlicensed activity occurring if someone else has access is possibly an issue, but again, I think what Mr. Nixdorf is saying is correct, that it's sort of their risk that they're running by having a place that someone else can access. I mean, hopefully nothing will happen, but there are people who might try to take advantage.
And if they do, we have laws to...
Right, and accordingly, if there's any unlicensed activity and we receive reports of it, we'll investigate it and prosecute it to our fullest extent and ability and so forth.
Mr. Jimno, what would happen in the event, and this is a what if, Mr. Smith, this is not by no means an indicator of how that business would be conducting itself. If unlicensed activity were to be occurring in either of the locations and there was the presumption that that location was closed, what is the inspection obligation to inspect a closed facility where there's obvious unlicensed activity taking place?
We'd have a hard time proving who's doing it because of the lack of locking it. So you can't close it. You can't close it down without locking it. So you can't close it down. So the shampoo bowls are open and somebody could be using them, even though it's closed. But the bowls could be used, so we would have a hard time proving it. We would present facts we had, but it would be difficult sometimes.
Mr. Jimno, what about if, I think the two parties are Ms. Bogart and Mr. Waterman?
Correct.
What if I were using a shampoo bowl as a stylist from Ms. Bogart's establishment, but I was using a shampoo bowl in Mr. Waterman's closed location and left debris in the sink, subsequent inspection revealed that. Is Mr. Waterman's establishment receiving a citation for that type of infraction?
Yes.
Or, but now I'm licensed, I would be licensed through Ms. Bogart's establishment, so for my individual license, like maybe that's not the best example because we don't necessarily cite an individual for that infraction, but in the event that an individual was cited, but it took place in Mr. Waterman's location, does Ms. Bogart's location also receive a citation because my license is being held with her establishment? Do you see that little complication?
I don't know.
I would say yes. I mean, if you're in somebody else's establishment doing hair without a license, by golly, you should be written up.
You can't run
So
up the
if they
stairs
run
and get
downstairs,
it.
they better run with their license, just like we expect somebody when they run from one salon, run to the next, to take their license with them. I mean, that's what
I
the
think
law
what you're
says.
talking about is there could be some enforcement problems. And a situation like this opens the possibility that if somebody wants to do something wrong, they can point the finger at the other, and they can point fingers back and forth, and it's hard to pinpoint who's really the bad actor. This is really, I don't see anything in the law that says that this can't be done, but I do think it's an enforcement possible concern. It's hard to investigate, it's hard to figure out who's doing something. If we have one location, one license, we know that the owner of that license is responsible for what happens there regardless of who. In this case, there is the possibility that, or let's say they get into a fight. I mean, arguably the two people aren't getting along and the one wants to sabotage the other. I mean, that's a real possibility. And I think, obviously, they're kind of entering into that possible risk by having such a close location relationship, and it's up to the board, I think, whether the enforcement concerns are such that the license should not be granted this way, and if the board thinks, well, that's they're opening themselves up to that possibility.
I just would be concerned that later on down the road, if there is a violation, I don't want to see two establishment owners here pointing the finger at each other and then having empathy for one or the other.
Exactly.
When it would seem obvious to me that could have been avoided.
Alex, I'd like to say something.
Ms. Booth.
What I'm struggling with is this has been two businesses all along. So they obviously haven't worked out.
They changed the name. If you read the materials, the name.
I understand that. I read that.
Okay. One business.
It's under one name, but they've been running two businesses for quite a long
No,
time.
they haven't. Not until they recently changed the leasing.
Okay, so on the second floor, that's always been open, but it's been under one establishment.
That's right, it's been a 3-floor establishment.
Correct, so it's been being ran, however it's been dictated to as it's been ran as two businesses, or it's been a business and a business, a salon and a salon. So nothing's really going to change for me as I see it, because this guy's been working that way. And I think that for enforcement, if it's in this salon, that person gets written up. If it's in that salon, and if they don't like the deal, then they go and move somewhere else and take their establishment license somewhere else.
If we have to deal with it, we have to deal with it. But I don't see an issue with us having to.
Neither do I, and I think that if they have floor plans that are disseminating each business individually, then, you guys that's your responsibility when it comes down to it.
Right.
We might have citations on both plans. You guys will just have to deal with that.
I might just say, this business has been there over 20 years. I don't think you've ever seen a problem there. And secondly, we have liability insurance. So again, you're right, it falls back on us.
And I really think that we have to go by what the law says here. The law says part of a building, and they want to take a part of a building and turn it into an establishment. As long as they comply with all our establishment licensing rules, Let them have at it.
There's a problem, and they have not said what's gonna happen to floor one.
What is the intention for the first
Well,
floor?
if we can lease it out, that's probably what we're gonna do. We have 10 stations down there right now, we have 2 operators.
And so there potentially could be a third establishment in the same building?
Yes.
I don't think we'd lease it out that way.
Well,
But there again, that is
potentially-
totally separate. That can be
Yeah, a
locked
door
off
can be closed and locked and
and
it's its
locked.
own.
So that really isn't the
And does that
problem.
impede, with that locked door, does that
No.
impede with
No.
your
It's
fire?
It's the first floor
No.
plan, the stairs go up the middle and.
It's
They-
the
They've
way
got,
they
they've
run
got
the
access
business,
both
though.
front and back.
If they run it first and third floor, it's wells, Evan. If they run it first and third floor, they could have an access on another street. So it's a matter of how they run it. It's not a
Well,
simple issue.
I guess I'm hearing too that there's a potential to lease to another establishment, but you wouldn't have a separate access to that establishment.
Yes, you do. It has separate front and
Yeah.
back access.
And that would fall under another cosmetological establishment license, and they would have to, at that time, should that occur, they would have to comply.
But it is walled off. The doors are lockable.
So
There's
where's
no
the
access to
Floor
that
doesn't
area.
have access
Where's-
out.
There's a door in
Where's
So then they
she moving
they
to
wouldn't
the third floor?
qualify.
I'm sorry?
Is Mrs. Bogart, is she moving to the third floor?
She's on the
They
third
have
floor.
no
She's on the
access
third
door
But she
on
has
floor
2
two.
operators on the first
They have
floor
one
currently,
elevator.
but the plan is
Mr.
to
Chipman,
try and
one
lease
moment.
that out.
Okay, so she wants to lease out the first floor.
But not necessarily as a beauty shop. We're looking at other,
like retail
Potential.
options or
Okay.
whatever.
Okay, so we're looking third and second and
Right.
third would be the beauty salons.
right.
And then the first floor would be something entirely
It
different.
could be something entirely
Could be,
different.
or it could be empty.
We hope not.
It could be part of the establishment.
But whatever goes
Third
in there
floor.
has to go in there under their own licensing.
Right.
Well,
established.
right now,
They
the
have-
first floor is licensed as part of what's going on in the third floor.
Correct.
That's
So-
correct.
So if the new establishment were a new establishment license, you would have to eliminate the first floor from the establishment license.
Correct.
Now, if you do that, floor two only has access out the back door or the front door. If you draw a wall on floor one, close it off.
Floor 1 is closed off. It has a separate door. As you come through
Yeah.
the entrance, it's got its own door.
I came in through the first floor,
Yeah, the first floor.
and it goes up. If you close that off,
No, you come in and go right to the left and through a locked door. And then it has a back door that leads out to Park Street, and that door is locked. So it is totally isolated from both the second and third floor.
the first floor is accessible to the second and third floor at the moment.
Well, if you come through the front door.
That's right.
Correct.
That's where I came in.
Yeah,
That's
Correct.
accessible. If you lock it off, floor two is solidified now, as the only way out is through senior floor.
Yeah, see, I don't have a problem with that. I think that what needs to happen is you have to have 2 establishments, each with their defined floor plan, each of them qualifying under all the regulations that we require to own and operate a cosmetological establishment.
and that's where we started. We came in with the floor plans for the separate levels.
And each establishment has its own license with its own, and that the second floor is not part of the third floor, and that there's nothing. That's a business, and the other company, and the other floor is a business to itself, and whatever happens on the first floor, happens on the first floor. But as long as each floor, each individual has defined separate spaces, I don't see a problem with it, because according to this, it says here, cosmetological establishment can be a part of the building. And they want to have their own issues with enforcement and
Loss
other
prevention and so
loss
on.
prevention and stuff, that's their concern, not mine.
And I'm inclined to agree with you for the very same reasons. I think this is what the law says, and I think if they came before us fighting over who was in whose floor, we wouldn't be very sympathetic, so.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, Mr. Smith, just as a formal reminder, both applicants, in the event that this is approved, both applicants are filling out new establishment applications.
We just go back to where we started.
Well, I'm just saying that somebody who's giving up some floor space is also going to be applying for an establishment license again. That's very clear.
Correct.
We're not just modifying a floor plan
No, we'd start
for
from-
an existing
We
or an
realize,
existing licensee.
we realize Ms. Bogart will have to come back in and go through the process again.
Right.
We recognize that.
And then there's a fee associated to that
Exactly.
application.
So each floor has everything that's required to be an individual standalone salon
It
with
does.
dispensary sinks, bathrooms, so on and so forth, closed cabinets.
Not using
Two
buttons
won't have an
and that.
access out except through 3.
Is that a law that says they have to have that?
No, but it does say it has to have a door somewhere, I know that.
Well, that would be part of, I mean, if they don't qualify under that law, then they don't qualify, it's not.
And that's the problem. See, when you have access to floor 1, you're okay. But as soon as you seal that off, you don't have the floor.
There is a fire exit from the
Yeah,
second.
but it's a fire exit, you can't leave it when it's in a fire.
Mr. Jim, now which NRS or NAC are we?
Somewhere in there it talks about a door.
But we're not sealing off the front door to,
If you take the first floor and seal it,
it is sealed. Okay? It is sealed. The
That's
first
the thing I'm
floor,
having a hard time.
as you come in the entrance, the main building, there's a bookstore, or was a
yeah,
bookstore.
but when you come in the front
There's
door-
doors on either side that are sealed.
Yeah, but you go up through this,
Right. But that
When you
front
seal
door would
that-
not be sealed.
yeah, when you seal that door, that entrance, you don't have an entrance to floor 2. You have a fire exit and you have access outside
You have an interior door to floor 2. So when you come in the front door, there's an interior door that can be locked, that goes up to the second level. There's an interior door that goes into the first level, and there's an interior door that goes into the first level over here. You've got a foyer there with 3 doors that are locked, besides the front door.
And if I'm not mistaken, you're gonna have a separate fire inspection to make sure that each establishment meets fire code, right?
It
Which would
does.
include access and egress.
We've
lights and
already gone to the fire department. They have no problem with it.
As long as it stays as it is.
Pardon me?
As long as it stays as it is.
Correct.
Have we exhausted the discussion,
I
or
think
are
so.
there?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve that they be allowed to apply for separate cosmetological establishments, and that we, yeah, that's it.
And I'll second that.
Is there some discussion on that motion?
Or discussion.
Or questions to that motion?
I just wanted to be clear to grant the approval for 2 separate establishments for 2 distinctly different
Right, and
salons.
we're talking about that they have the ability to apply for those cosmetological establishments
Absolutely,
as far as we're concerned. They must, that then means that the staff has to prove that they have to prove to us, to the board, that they qualify under all the other rules that we have. And if they qualify under those rules, they should be granted their license.
And if they come before us again, this needs to be much more clear,
Yeah.
with pictures, and we need to know exactly.
Well, your inspector came out and took pictures, and that's why I
That's not their
thought...
responsibility, though, that's your responsibility.
Okay, well, we just assumed that all that information was coming back to the board.
Well, when, the
Your
next
petitioning.
presentation, I'd like to see this much clearer,
Right.
because this is just not acceptable.
Okay.
Well, let's expound on that, Ms. Benaldi, because the petitioner will be presenting floor plans for a new, well,
To
you're
the
not
staff.
presenting floor plans for Mr. Waterman.
No.
You're only presenting floor plans for Ms. Bogart.
Right.
So Ms. Bogart's floor plans, I think Ms. Benaldi is asking for the
Yeah.
submission of a floor plan for Ms. Bogart's application
Is
license.
that part of it, anyway?
No.
Oh, it's the establishment license
It's-
required?
That's what's gonna happen when they submit
Exactly,
their establishment license.
yes. They have to
Our,
have a floor
the
plan.
staff will go through what they go through for any other salon and make sure that everything works. And
Can I say something? I just feel, I think try to clarify this is that we feel that he does meet the letter of the law to have 2 establishments in there.
yes, because of the part, because they can take any part of any building They can have a warehouse and they can say,
No, I don't know.
you know, these 500 square feet is one salon, that 500 square feet is another salon, as long as each segment of the building comply with all the other regulations that we have, they're entitled to do it.
And then a portion of the building could be vacant.
Correct.
Any other discussion regarding this? I just had one point of clarification, Ms. Bradley. Were we correct in discussing this without Mr. Waterman present?
He has his power of attorney.
Well, I mean, he's a power of attorney. I mean, he's just wanting to know if they can apply, because I think it's Ms. Bogart that's going to apply for something separate.
Well, they both have to
They
apply.
both
That's
have
what
Yeah.
we've established.
I don't think there's a problem. I mean, he wanted to be here to talk to you about this today.
Okay, so I just want to be really clear that the motion that's on the table and the second references Ms. Bogart's application to the board. What will be, is there going to be a request for a petition from Mr. Waterman when that time comes?
I don't think there needs to be. I mean, basically what you're saying today is that there's no prohibition in having 2 salons in one building. That's what you're saying.
Right.
So you're saying they can apply, but you haven't actually approved anything because you want to see that they meet all the other requirements for an establishment. So all you're doing is saying the law doesn't prohibit this to happen. We haven't seen it before, but we don't think the law prohibits it. So you're free to apply and have 2 establishments. Ms. Bogart, he's here representing her. She can apply to have her establishment plans and things approved. She's already licensed, so what I think she'd be doing is letting the board know about a change to that licensure and her location, you know, that is only going to be this part of the building or whatever. And then anybody else in the rest of the building would have to come to the board and apply for an establishment license separately. You know, sounds like there's somebody in mind, but that could change. I mean, we don't know. But for now, Ms. Bogart, you know, she's going to come to the board and say, this is the part I'm going to use and get approved. And then you're going to wait to see what happens with the rest of the building.
And then in that rest of the building, and if that person does change, if it's no longer Mr. Waterman, would another individual have to present a petition?
No, all that would happen is they would apply for licensure as an establishment. You've just cleared up for the staff that you don't think there's a prohibition to this, but that the establishments have to meet all the requirements. They have to have the right, you know, sinks and floor plan and restrooms and all of that, you know, but that you don't have a problem with this sort of an arrangement.
And so any other questions, concerns, or discussions? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. That motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very
Frank,
much.
Go
I
back to
appreciate
your
it.
client and advise her to submit her application for licensed establishment.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you. We are moving to item 12. Review audited financial statements for the fiscal year ending June 30th. And approve, or possible approval, for filing with LCB. Ms. Blasco, I just had a couple of questions.
Okay.
I wanted to double check that in the September 28th, I guess it's the Versa Access Control Profile. There was a recommendation that a Versa report be created to reflect that issued license number and the amount paid. Has that?
Yeah, that is something that Versa doesn't do for us automatically, but Nadine's been working on it through Crystal Reports. So we'll hopefully be able to come up with something through Crystal Reports that'll give them that information and make them happy.
So what is taking place regarding the employee's ability to override amounts due?
Well, it depends. You know, if somebody comes in, if they wait to apply for their license, for example, maybe they were told, here, you're going to have to pay $52.50. They wait 2 months, they come in, they're going to have to pay $37.92 or whatever it is. So sometimes they have to override, and when they have to override it in the system, it's too much on one person to always be the go-to person for that override. So the auditors have an issue with that, but it's really not practical with
there a way
the
to
amount of
monitor
licensing that we do. What's that?
Is there a way to monitor that?
That's why they want that report. Yeah, that'll show if somebody issued a license and they changed the amount, like if the amount paid is zero.
Who did it, what it was, why
Yeah,
they did it,
yeah,
what date
what
they
it should
did
be.
it.
And then if the amount was entered as zero, so, you know,
So
they're,
we can at least go, okay, why did you modify it to this number instead of that?
Mhm.
So there's a tracking.
exactly,
Okay.
yeah.
And Ms. Blasco, they also indicated in the same correspondence opportunities that would strengthen the agency's controls. And you, obviously you've read this, so you know what I'm referring to, the voucher tracking, the Versa system passwords, and the GL access.
Yeah.
What steps are you taking
Well,
for those
They,
areas of concern?
they, Nadine is our computer person, so she has everybody's passwords to everything. What they don't want, Nadine would be the one, say, to prepare a check if I wasn't around. What they don't want is Nadine going in under my passwords to do something. They want me to just set up her own profile in QuickBooks so that she would access it through her own password, because QuickBooks provides like an audit trail so that you could see anything that was modified or changed and who did it, that kind of thing. So that's an easy thing to do.
So there's not an Achilles heel because she's the linchpin, because she has all the passwords.
Right, right, okay. They're like, well, what if she went, I'm like, well, it's not, nobody really goes into QuickBooks, but they're like, well, what if she went in and changed something in the general ledger? I'm like, well, I think I would know because I balance every month, so, but.
Right, to fudge numbers if she was in
Yeah.
fact stealing something or acquiring money illegally or,
Yeah, they just don't like the idea that she can just get
You
in.
did create one for her already, didn't you?
No, I haven't
Oh, you
yet, but I
haven't?
will.
You're still going, haven't
Yeah.
done that one yet?
Yeah,
Okay.
I will.
I know
So-
we discussed it.
Yeah.
Why is it that multiple employees have access to the general ledger?
They don't. They don't really. I don't know why they think that. Nadine has the ability to go in and produce a check. QuickBooks is on Gloria's computer, but she doesn't go into it. She never uses it.
And you would see her access.
So
She would see if I
with the
used it.
report.
yeah.
And so, do you need to restrict more access to the general ledger? Because
No.
that is a recommendation, that access be restricted. I mean, is there someone that you need to restrict?
No.
Well, think for a minute, Deborah, if you had no employees that you currently know,
Mhm.
and you had all new employees in there, could you feel good about that? That
Well,
those
yeah,
people that you
because
don't know-
QuickBooks isn't on everybody's computer.
Okay.
It's only on my computer. It's loaded on Gloria's computer.
It's a backup.
Well, and you would see,
Yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong, but if you have to log into QuickBooks.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
you would see who's accessing it. So for
Yeah.
example,
Right.
if Gloria did it, you would
would
see
know.
that she made an entry.
Okay.
And so
Yeah.
at least that entry would be traceable to her.
Yeah.
So,
Other than the master password holder.
well,
Right.
So maybe that's the concern, is the
Right.
master password holder, and then also the fact
And
that
then
people logging in with-
anybody else, Nadine or Gloria, would have a separate password
Yes.
per se,
Yes.
if they were to go in, so that you'd be able through the audit process in QuickBooks see if somebody did
Although I
something.
suppose people that have the QuickBooks passwords shouldn't have access to money. I think that's one of the things you're saying.
And they don't.
Okay.
And they don't.
So
It's
does
completely separate.
Nadine need to be bonded? Does that particular employee need to carry some type of insurance in the event that she were wrongfully accused of accessing or manipulating funds?
No, because Nadine doesn't process the cash in the front with licensing.
Bonding isn't a personal.
And
Bonding is like an insurance policy your employer
Yeah.
takes out on you in case you you steal.
Violated their-
I worked at a bank and I was
Liability.
bonded, and it meant that they insured me in case I did theft, they could recover the assets I took, essentially.
Okay.
And so it's not something the employee personally does, it's
Oh.
something that the employer takes out on behalf of the employee to cover themselves.
And is that necessary in this particular situation?
I don't think any of the employees are bonded that I'm aware of,
No,
are they?
no,
Okay.
And would it be necessary for them to be so?
No,
They
I
don't
think
need
it's
to be
very,
bonded?
no.
it'd be a very unique situation to
Yeah.
bond in this situation,
Yeah,
I think.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So you have the assurances you need.
Mm-hmm.
And the
Yeah.
voucher tracking.
Their thing is, we don't really get that many vouchers. We get a voucher when an organization is helping someone out to get their license, to take their exam or pay for their license. And they'll send us in a voucher. They run through Nadine, and when the money finally comes in, then it replaces the voucher. So that's how that works. We don't get a lot of them, but they seem to think because of the economy we might see more of them.
More.
So we should be able to track it. You know, it goes into Versa, you see it as a voucher on the day that it goes in. So I don't think it's a major concern at this point. We don't get that many of them.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for
You're welcome.
taking the time.
I think it's
to answer.
interesting that you do the vouchers, I had no idea.
Yeah,
that-
we do.
That, I mean, that's nice, I don't know if the board's aware of that, I mean, what that means is, that means that if someone's having financial difficulty and they're being assisted by a state agency, or
Yeah.
they can actually have their license fees paid by that state agency. And it's just nice to know that if someone,
Yeah.
it's a way to get people working maybe when they don't have the cash up front to pay their fees.
Yeah.
What state agencies do that for them? Is
I-
that through, like,
Unemployment does.
I would think it'd be like DETR, which is
DETR,
the
Right.
Employment Training and Rehabilitation.
okay.
But I didn't know that happened, so I kind of found it maybe interesting and
I
encouraging.
found that very interesting.
And we have another organization called FIT, for, what is it? FIT for Independent Tomorrow, that gives us vouchers too, that help people who are unable to pay on their own.
Well, and as a sidebar, that may be a discussion for additional agenda items or additional board member items, is should we be encouraging by posting voucher information on our website? So people who are not, because if you weren't aware of it as a deputy AG, it would certainly might be beneficial to post that on our website so other licensees who have let that expire can feel like they can get back to work. So I absent the agenda, since I'm speaking out of turn, I actually would like to have that as a discussion at some point if there's a willingness to alert licensees that a voucher system is in place to assist them in getting back to work.
And that is one of the things that we do when we have licensees that come in and apply and they owe money and they say there's absolutely no way we can pay this. We make them aware of the agencies that do help them get their license.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
the information's available.
Is there
Yes,
a
we
sheet
have you.
that you give them, or?
We have a sheet that we give them with the numbers on it, yes.
Do we post that on our bulletin board?
It's not posted on our bulletin board, no.
And it's available in Reno,
It's-
or the
it's a-
northern office is equally as aware of that?
Yes, but they're different agencies, but they are aware of the different agencies that will help.
Thank you, Ms.
So
Alexander.
that information's available.
That's great. So, little segue there, sorry. Go right ahead.
On a general ledger access, where it says during our audit, it was noted that multiple employees have access to cash receipts, general ledger, and to the safe, which consists of what, 2 of you? 3 of you?
Yeah, the general ledger would just be me. Nadine would know how to go in. Gloria doesn't use it. It's on her computer. And the safe, it's, I usually, on the 4 days I'm there, I'm usually the one who opens the safe that morning
Right.
and locks it at night. And on Mondays, it's more than likely Monica,
Right.
because she's the one doing all the deposits. And that's an internal control thing. Monica is not involved in the front licensing area as far as processing money and licenses. So that's a good internal control thing. She's separate from that
Separate from that.
and prepares the deposits from the checks and the money orders.
And cash receipts, we don't take cash.
No, we don't take cash, no.
Okay,
No.
I just wanted that verified to be in.
Yeah, no, we haven't taken cash since, I think,
So-
2003.
Because that seemed to be one of their problems, but I knew that it wasn't, so that's why I wanted it
Yeah.
in there.
Yeah.
Any
So
other-
if there was cash in a deposit, that would be a huge red flag, it's something weird happening.
Yeah.
My question is, it says here for possible action, what possible actions are there on this item?
Well, we do need to submit our audited records to LCB, Legislative
Yeah.
Council.
And that's pretty much the action that's.
It's completed and you get to review it, and I have to have it to, we're required to have it to LCB by December 1st, and our budget analyst for the state, so.
And then any other possible action would be that if you saw something specific in each monthly financial statement, you're more than welcome to bring.
I thought that would be the following item on
Yeah, there's two items. The first one
First one's.
is
I guess
June audit.
we're sort of talking about both at the same time. If you'd like, I can combine those two discussions.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so.
No, keep it separate because you're gonna make a motion on
Okay.
this
So
one.
does
The other
anybody
ones are
else
just
have any
received.
questions on item 12, which are the audited financial statements? And if not, then I'll entertain a motion to submit those to LCB. Would anybody like to make that motion?
I would like to make a motion to submit the audit of the financial statements to the LCB, which is the Legislative Council Bureau.
Awesome. How about a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nixdorf. Any other questions or discussions regarding the submission of those audited financial statements dated June 30th, 2012? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
And I just want to add that our auditors, they're more than willing to come to a board meeting. They asked, I said, well, it happens to be in Reno, and we have to, have it approved to submit to LCB. But they always ask, they are more than willing to come to a board meeting and answer any questions that you might have, so.
Are they bringing lunch?
No. No, I don't think that's what they had in
We're all satisfied with your
mind.
answers, so that's sufficient for us, so long as there's controls in the situations that need to have them. So
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome.
You might mention that lunch is always welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Item number 13, Mr. Nixdorf, did you want to start with any questions or concerns?
Yeah, I have a concern on item number 13.
Okay.
And it's the same concern I had the first meeting, and last meeting I didn't have that concern because I got my items monthly. I just wanted to maybe understand a little bit better how 644.170, which says all fees collected on behalf of the board and all receipts of every kind and nature must be reported at the beginning of each month for the month preceding to the board. It says monthly.
Ms. Blasco, maybe I can help assist with that answer, and then if I don't answer it properly for you, I'll turn it over to Ms. Blasco. But it's really the time frame.
644.170.
It's just really the time frame, Perry.
So are we saying that the time frame says we can not follow the law?
I think we are following the law exactly how the law is written.
I'd like to know how that monthly, exactly how this works, because maybe I might be a little bit confused as far as the board is concerned, the word board. Maybe the board means staff, board,
The board,
not
the
me.
office.
Because when I read it, I think it's me, because it says board. So maybe I can be
No.
clarified on
They
that,
were-
that-
The obligations to
what exactly
delegate
is
to,
is that it's not me, and that it's you, and that you then submit them to me quarterly, or am I the board? I'm kind of confused.
We've just always done them in the board packages.
I understand, but
to the board members. I mean, these are done monthly. As soon as I get all the bank statements in around the 10th of the month, then I begin reconciling and preparing journal entries and getting this ready to send to the CPA. The CPA may take a week, 2 weeks, and then I get it back in this form.
see, I understand
So,
all that.
I mean, if you want them, I can send you one.
I'm just asking, are we compliant with this law?
Yes.
And then
I
because
feel
then
we
the
are.
word board here does not refer to me.
That's correct.
Yeah, I
A
don't
lot
think
of
it says
times,
it goes.
I mean, it depends on what your preference is, as far as if you want the monthly, it sounds like you can get the monthly. Frequently, when it talks about board, it's implied that includes staff. What I mean by that is if we look at, it says the board may employ people to act on its behalf, and that's what it says
Yeah,
in 150.
correct.
And so then it says the board shall investigate a complaint, for example.
Correct.
It doesn't mean that all 7 of you need to look at the complaint and investigate a complaint. What it means is you've hired people to do that on your behalf. So they're acting on behalf of the board indirectly for you. And so I think here, all of these must be provided to the board monthly. Certainly, I think if you want them monthly, it sounds like Ms. Blasco's happy to give them to you. Maybe the other board members, prefer quarterly. I mean, it's really up to how you want to do it. I'm guessing, and I could be wrong, this provision was added in 1931, so I know that's true.
Yeah,
I know that part's
I think some of those
And I'm
in
guessing
the
that
beginning
the
are.
reason it's written the way it was is the board was smaller then, and it really truly was a check on the staff. So, I
Yeah.
could be wrong about this, but I'm betting in 1931, 1932, there really was a reason to make sure that that the board members actually looked at them every month, because it was a way to check that the staff was keeping track of money correctly. But now, we have auditors, we have accountants, we have general accounting principles, we have a lot more things that kind of, I think, lessen the degree for you to physically eyeball them every month, at a certain time, unless you want to.
No, I'm just looking at it thinking, well, maybe this is something you write for review. I'm like,
And
Yeah.
I think maybe you're correct about that.
Yeah, some of those are very, very, very old.
okay. So I'm going to make the assumption that when it says board here, we're talking about staff.
Us.
A collective group.
Collectively.
Us collectively, and you guys are doing it for us, and then you submit it to me quarterly, which is just fine by me.
Okay.
I just want to make sure, because we spend a great deal of time enforcing the letter of the law here for people that come to us and our clients and stuff. I just want to be sure that we also take that much attention and apply it to ourselves.
Yeah.
And I would like to reassure you that we have been compliant with that law. Yes, very much so. Thank you, Ms. Blasco, because I have always appreciated the timeliness of your reports. Since I have been on the board, the timeliness of your reports has become better and better. And I'm not to say that they were worse at any given time. They've just always become better. And so for me personally, I sincerely respect the timeliness of your reporting.
Thank you.
Are there other questions or concerns regarding the prior monthly treasurer reports for June, July, and August? Any other, Mr. Nixdorf, any other?
No,
We're-
I clearly am going to
They look
that gets reviewed.
They look a little bit different if you look at the last page of your financial statements, the statement of operations. And the CPA seemed to feel that she wanted to follow more closely the way that the auditors have to report our statement of operations. But my thing is they are doing a compilation, and when you look at, if you add the numbers, like if you looked at the year-to-date over and under, if you add the numbers up, it's not going to equal 42,245. Because the real number is that number minus that assets released from restrictions, the 12,791. So this is a little confusing, and we kind of went back and forth. I went back and forth with her. I said, I think that we like to look at, we budget, and then we show what we're actually doing, and so we like to see that bottom line, because then we know how we're doing. We can better judge, and then the next year when it comes time to budget, we have something. We always use the prior year and can go by that. So I don't know. I mean, if you would prefer it to look the way it was, I will tell her that. Otherwise, she likes doing it this way.
How do you like doing it?
I understand it, but like I say, it's not what you're used to seeing.
I like the more realistic way. This is more of an accounting.
Yeah, it is. That's what I mean. I mean, I understand it, but,
It's not getting it.
the auditors, they have to do a modified accrual basis, and so they have different things that they kind of reclassify and move around, and that they have to. But for our, month-to-month operations, I think that how we were doing it, I felt was sufficient. The auditors never had a problem with it. She just kind of said, well, I don't want anybody to think I'm not doing my job. And I'm like, well, you made it more confusing.
Ms. Rinaldi, would you like the auditors to return to a format that's a little more acceptable to Ms. Blasco's helping us to understand it?
I would, because I think that when you're looking it over, you're going to understand better what you have in the bank in the end.
Okay.
This way, they've taken out and added based on what the laws allow, basically.
And is there any other commentary to Ms. Rinaldi's request that Ms. Blasco go back to the auditors to restore a format that's a little more accommodating to us non-accountants?
I believe that it was easier the way it was originally.
So that's too
Because I had to
general.
question this, I had to question this.
Yeah, I mean, you start to look at it and you just, the numbers all of a sudden don't add in the column, and you have to understand.
That's something that's submitted to the IRS, is that correct?
What's that?
That's what they do when they submit to the IRS for tax purposes.
Yeah, it's she's trying to follow what the auditors do, but the auditors have to prepare the statements that way, and it's really just basically some reclassifications that the auditors make. They have to, they break out our current deferred revenue from our long-term deferred revenue, meaning that, current is the next 12 months, and long-term is all the next, 24 months.
It's not.
But we don't need to have that detail,
I think it makes it
for us.
confusing.
So if you would like, I'll entertain a motion to just restore the reporting for us non-accountants. And we generally, it appears that your board treasurer and another board member have indicated that it was easier for them to understand the contents of these financial statements if they were to be returned back to a format that was a little more accommodating to us.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm to understand you'd like to maybe make a motion to that effect?
So I'll make a motion to restore the accounting principles back to the way they were prior.
Okay.
And I'll second.
Is there any other question or concern about that? Is there anybody that likes this format better than the other? So kind of the original, is that what I'm to understand, the original format?
Yeah, I mean, I did some changes in ours. I broke out the short-term portion of the capital lease. That's something that we had to do. When we lease our equipment, the copiers, we would just write off the lease payment. Well, there's a new, the international board and the federal board got together and said, well, we want to treat capital, we want to look at capital leases, and if it meets this certain set of criteria, then we want to, instead of expensing the lease payment, we want to capitalize it. And that meant that we put it on our books as an asset, we depreciate it, we show the whole amount of what we're going to pay for the lease as a liability, a payable, and therefore it has interest associated with it. So there's some things I did change to keep track. It's easy enough for me to do those entries and keep track. But some of it, like I say, between the deferred revenue, it would be, my spreadsheet's enormous for that. So if I had to break out long-term and short-term after each month, oh my Lord.
You could.
Well, I could, but it's going to take a lot more time.
This format makes more work or less work for you?
This is just the way she wants to do it. I mean, my QuickBooks is not like this. You know what I mean?
Okay,
If I run financials out of my QuickBooks, there's a little more detail. I even brought some copies of what it looks like in QuickBooks because there's a lot more detail in the financials that print out of QuickBooks. So,
It's
if
just with
anybody
this-
wants
it's
to
just
look
with
at
this
it
one,
later.
you have to do the
Laws
right-
and
Yeah, the
principles.
layperson's understanding of what it is, and that's why, I guess why I'm asking is if it's not gonna make it more difficult for you or more work for you. I mean, another spreadsheet.
No.
Probably, okay.
If we go back, I think it's easier to understand the way that we always have had them.
Okay.
Rather than she's trying to mirror what the auditors are doing.
Right, which is great for
And-
accountants, but nobody else can understand.
Yeah, exactly.
So there is a motion on the table just to ask them to please restore it to the condition or the reporting procedure or protocol that they were using before. Am I to understand that correctly?
Correct.
Yeah. Any other, there was a second, Ms. Essiger. Any other questions or comments or concerns? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you, Ms. Blasco, for accommodating us.
Thank you.
We're going to just go ahead and move right along. I think we're going into Mr. Jimno. You have an executive director's report.
Yeah, it's Jimno reporting on the director's report. It's self-explanatory. Unless you have any questions, I don't see any need for any comment.
Everybody has had the opportunity to review the report for the period August 1st through October 17th. I thought it was awesome that we had 4 people passing the hair braiding test.
Since it passed.
I have a,
Four's better than none.
Yes.
has there been any additional discussion with Mrs. Thayer as to what is going to happen in the
No.
future?
She's taking, as of January, sometime in January, she's going to be taking time off, 3 months off or 4 months, and she will be back. If she changes her mind, then we will replace her.
Is
In
there-
the meantime, we've asked Charlene, she refused. She said she'd rather stay as an inspector, she enjoys that. Darlene has taken the task of
Running the office.
running
while-
the office for the interim months.
Would Darlene be in a position to fill that, or would it be another person entirely that we'd be having to hire?
Well, we would have to look at that. So if she does a good job and Jill decides not to come, we probably will offer her a job. If she serves the 3 months or 4 months, whatever it is, and then determines that it's not her bag, then she'll go back to inspection. of
What she
fire
was doing
outside.
previously?
Is Jeanette gone? Not Jeanette, I'm sorry. Jennifer?
Yeah, she's gone as of the 10th. She called in sick today.
Okay.
So it's,
She gave you resignation?
yeah, she gave me a resignation.
So she did turn her resignation in.
Yes, I have that. I have a copy of that in my paperwork in my briefcase.
Just as a formality, have we extended the maternity leave for Ms. Thayer? Or is it just that we're offering her job back in the event that she decides to take and extend it?
She's very competent.
For sure.
Her problem is she hasn't decided if she wants to be a full-time mother or if she wants to be a part-time mother. And so we're allowing her to happen.
Okay, great.
For her to make that decision.
And I, as a board president, I agree with that wholeheartedly. Giving that superior employee the opportunity to make a decision past what is customary for maternity leave, I think that's an excellent reward for that particular employee's exemplary service.
Alex, you can take up to 12 weeks on FMLA.
Yeah, federal law requires that she gets 12 weeks.
But it sounds like
That's 3 months.
we're graciously
Yeah.
extending it.
We're saying
By
12
law.
weeks. We might go a month if she wants to come back. But that's, all depends on her.
Right.
Well, and I think there's a policy, I mean, generally speaking too, you can go on a longer period of like a leave without pay or things like that as the employer allows. So I mean, I know
Yeah.
that happens sometimes where someone
Right.
wants 6 months and so they get their FMLA time, and if their employer is willing to hold their job another 2 months, you can do a leave without pay as long as the employer agrees to that. There's just no obligation to go beyond the 12 weeks unless we want to.
And I guess I'm putting in my 2 cents that I would like that to be considered, that extension to be considered in the event that employee requests.
And we will.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
Any other, excuse me, comments regarding Mr. Gimno's report? It does say for possible action. Is there any action that's required?
No.
She put
Oh.
that in as a safety.
Yeah.
So received?
Yeah.
Testing reports for the activity of July through September. All of you had the opportunity to review the testing reports. I thought that the northern testing was kind of low. Thought that seemed low this time around. It seemed like we tested quite a few folks in the southern part of the state, but the northern part of the state seems like we need to get some of those graduates in for their tests.
I kind of had a question. I noticed that like we do a lot, we break out Cosmo SD, Korea, and Vietnam. Why do we break them out by nationality?
Is it by language of the test?
Is that language by the test? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Because we offer these in a variety of languages.
Yeah.
And then I noticed that we're doing a lot of written and not nearly as many practical. Is that?
They have to pass.
Right, that's because you have the repeat of the law test. A lot of people return it to take the law test again, so it's listed under written.
God. So there's there's a lot more written
Then
than
practical,
because it's not a direct correlation.
Right. You have to pass all 3 of those. You have to pass your your written NIC test as well as the law test before you can move on to the practical. So, it's improving. We don't have quite as many people returning to retake the law test as before. But that is one of the problems why you have more written, because we have so many people having to retake the law test. But now they understand we're serious and schools are buying more books and they're teaching it now, whereas before that wasn't happening, and that's why we had all the retakes.
So the recording of the written tests reflects that Nevada law test?
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
I just have a question about testing in general, like in accordance with actually reciprocity, because something kind of came to me with this, and I'm looking for an answer. Somebody came to me and said they took the test from out of state. They took their law test, they passed the law test, they took their manicuring test. They're also an esthetician. Do they need to go back and take the law test again and the aesthetic test within a same cubby of time? They can go right in and take the second
If they
test.
took the law test with their esthetician exam, then they wouldn't have to take it again. You only have to pass it one time.
Okay, so it can be separate. They can come in like 30 days later or whatever and take it again, or would it have to be the same day?
No,
Or within, okay.
So, Ms. Alexander, just so I'm real clear on that question, a multi-licensed applicant completes and passes the Nevada law test one time, even though she may or he may receive 2 licenses.
Right. Yes.
Does that?
Yes, that's like
Yes.
state and coming in for
Because we have
right?
nail techs and estheticians that do both. So we just need them to pass the law test, because the law test is the same for all applicants. So they only have to pass it at one time.
We don't have 2 or 3 of different law tests.
No.
It's like the sanitation test is one.
It's my understanding, I could be wrong, that there's a separate law test for instructors, but that all
Yes,
other
it is.
applicants take the same law test.
Exactly.
The instructor test is slightly different because obviously they need to know maybe more in
More
depth
than
about, how many students per instructor, and things in the schools that are a little
Right.
more specific, and they're teaching students
Right.
really specific law. So the instructor test is different, but everybody else
Else
does
is
the
the
same.
same, all other applicants are
And
the
of course,
same.
I've been researching this, as you can tell.
I forwarded your information to her, so.
Ms. Alexander, I don't want to mention any school on public record, but I'm noticing that when I look at the very last page, the report that you've designed particularly for me, and I do appreciate it again, I look at that Southern Nevada fail rate, and under the July 1 in 6 cosmetology applicants failed. When you look at August again, cosmetology, it's like 1 in 4, 1 in 5 applicants, 1 in 5, 4.5 applicants has failed. And then again, so are we seeing those failure rates coming from particular
school,
schools?
no.
Or is it just
No.
across the board?
It's across the board.
Okay, so no one school needs to step up their law testing.
No.
And those are significant numbers. If you look at the written August 2012, all 11 applicants failed the test. If you notice
No,
it.
11 passed,
Manicurists
11
as well.
failed.
And aesthetic.
Estheticians
yeah.
and manicurists.
And I don't understand in the first one how
In July.
oh, I guess I just was reading that incorrectly. I'm sorry. I just was reading it incorrectly. I'm sorry about that. But but no is your answer. It's not any one.
Any particular school, no. We test, we may test 5 different schools at one time. We
And-
don't have just, today is for Academy and tomorrow is for another. No, it's mixed.
And so, in the event that you continue to see this type of pattern of failure rate, are you attentive to managing whether or not those applicants are coming from singular schools?
Yes, we are.
You would be,
But
okay.
what could have possibly happened here before we had our law test, before we were able to give it in Spanish, we had a lot of failures. Now we offer it in Spanish, so you probably won't see this again. So we
Okay.
probably had 11 people testing that day
Okay.
in, let's say, English. And those people chose the second time around to do it in Spanish. So they had a lot to do with before we were offering the test in Spanish. We had a lot of failures.
So improving our delivery system of the test has also improved the
test.
pass rate.
The pass rate, yes.
And does that also help you, Mr. Nixdorf, when you see the breakdown of the...
I like it.
Any other questions or concerns regarding the testing reports? We have an opportunity to break for lunch. If I'm not mistaken, lunch is available to us at this time. Would you like to do that, or would you like to finish the meeting and then, or would you like more opportunity to
I think lunch would be good.
Yeah,
let's take a 1-hour recess? And Mr. Nelson, are you comfortable with that? The Board of Cosmetology is resuming this meeting at 1:18 p.m. Thank you. And we are picking back up with the Chief Inspector's report for the activity of July, August, and September. That report has been provided. Is there any question or any concerns regarding the citations that were issued in the months mentioned? Just as a friendly reminder, we don't receive any information that any of these have been appealed at this time. Is that correct? When we look at this report, these are all just citations issued. It's not giving necessarily a current status of whether it's been paid or contested.
No.
Okay. Does anybody have any concerns on that? Would anyone need to see that type of information as a part of this report? No. Okay.
We're bringing about average, aren't we, on money owed? Have we had to charge anything off as of late?
Not lately. I am going to have to write off those 2 large ones. Peter's, I can't say this, well, we're not in session, are we? Yes, we are.
We are.
Never mind.
So you are going to have to write a couple off?
Yeah, because it's been a year now, I
Because they're
think.
no longer...
It's been a year.
Okay.
And if we don't even know where they are.
Okay.
And so I know we're not allowed to mention individuals, but are we allowed to mention the amounts?
You can talk about the dollar amount.
Well, we had a large one, 10,000, I'm gonna have to write that off, and another one for 4,000. And we don't know where those people are. So.
And do those go to another agency for the person?
Yeah, well, yeah, there's somebody,
They go to the.
they can
state-
go to the state for collection.
They go to one of the state secretary of state.
Controller's office.
Yeah.
Was the $10,000 amount the one that was fined on the 4 separate occasions and all that?
No, that's a more current one.
Okay.
That's a more current one.
So these are just fines that were issued or that we did and then
Yeah.
never paid on.
They
Right.
no longer have salons or licenses.
These were actual complaints that were brought before the board, and so the board determined the fine, and they were large ones. And it's been a year now, I believe in October was a year, so I have to write them off.
They don't have offices, and they don't have establishment licenses or cosmetic manicures, esthetician licenses. The people that we're charging off, because can't we make, if they still have a
Well,
license, can't we make them?
yeah, one was just an owner. I don't believe the one had a license, was just an owner. And the other one left the state, so I'm not even sure if if the license was renewed.
It
So.
wouldn't have been renewed. We have a policy
Yeah, we don't renew
that
it.
says no license.
Yeah.
If there's a fine outstanding against the
And we would we just had another one come in this week, somebody that had an old fine, never paid it, it was written off, but now wants to open another salon. And that's where we get them. You can't do it unless you pay off this old debt.
And so even a debt that's been written off would
Yeah, we still
need to
can
be
collect
paid?
it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh, good.
yeah.
Nice to hear.
Any
Yeah.
other questions
Yeah.
or concerns of this particular testing report? I know that, or inspector's report rather. Ms. Blasco, thank you for answering those questions, even though you're not with the inspection division per se. At this time, I'd like to, I guess we don't need a motion to accept this. We've received it and read it, and we've had the opportunity to make questions or answers. Our next number is the reviewing the draft proposal for licensing Amnesty Day, and that's presented by Ms. Long. And Ms. Long, I did receive your draft. And so I just want to alert the rest of the voting board members that this is just in a draft form. If I'm not mistaken, Ms. Long, these are just ideas and brainstorming.
Let me run down. At the last meeting, I did put down that this was for the next southbound. If you remember, if you look in the minutes, it says the next southbound review. But in lieu of the meeting that didn't happen on the 16th, when I spoke with Alex, I shared with him I would like to bring that to that agenda. So with the gracious help of everybody at staff, and please thank everybody who was involved in getting this information for me. And the information that I gathered, I'm happy to share as well. It was so helpful. Thank you so much, Mr. Jimna, for making this happen. And everybody, I know it was a big endeavor. It wasn't a couple questions. It was a lot of questions and a lot of really time-sensitive questions that I know a lot of people put in. So I want to really extend my heartfelt thanks to helping me build this and helping me. It really is a committee-building draft that I'm bringing to you right now. So I want to thank you for all the things. Basically, I kind of titled it the CAN program, Cosmetological Amnesty for Nevada, and Ohio has an amnesty as well. I've been looking in theirs. It's similar to what I want to bring, but I just put in some notes here, what our renewal fee is, the late accrues, and please, these are notes. If numbers are changing, please email me, correct me. I'm looking to build a committee for this. I think that this is something that can be very, very exciting. There is a little disclaimer down here. It says the amnesty program would be a program implemented to assist the licensee with an expired license between 1 year plus 1 day and 4 years. That should be 3 years and 11 months. I was corrected because at 4 years, I believe they need to retest. So it would not be 4 years. A licensee to qualify would have no outstanding citations or citation fees. No previous citations of NRS 644.190 within the expired time span of the expired license. so they couldn't have an unlawful practice without a license on there. There'd be a lot of exceptions. There's qualifications in order to qualify for this. And I have looked on other states' amnesties to kind of get some ideas of what works concept to completion. It would be a $250 amnesty fee. It would be a one-time a year, plus there would be a $5 purchase for a law book.
Which I think is $10.
It is, okay, so yeah, please, you know, it's like, make notes, send me ideas, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I just wanted to mention that it is in NRS that we must charge $20 per month late fee. It's in NRS 644.325. And I don't know, to do something like that, we would probably have to do something with the law.
Probably. I mean, this is, like I said, this is long term. This isn't something that's going to happen tomorrow. This kind of, it prompted me with the economy and seeing so many, you know, fellow cosmetologists. And believe me, this is not just personal agenda, because this isn't helping me any personally. But, you know, the camaraderie of the stylists of Nevada's hit so hard with the economy. I see fellow stylists having to, you know, leave their kids at home, take a job so they can work their hair job as well. That's really discouraging. So I'm kind of looking for like a win-win-win for everybody. And I did a couple of numbers, nothing that like Ms. Glasgow will probably blow me away on this, but my little piddly sheet in the back, my little notes here, you know, just looked at the lapse licenses and kind of did some numbers. Even if it was a 5%, you know, potential, you know, amnesty here at the cosmetologists of, you know, the 1,257 that were lapsed, that's, you know, that's 62 people. When it came down to, I mean, that's a lot of people in a 5-year span, you know, renewing their licenses now. That's people that are getting back to work, you know. At 10%, it's 124 people, you know. If fabulous if we had 20% of the stylists that were lapsed renewing with this amnesty. It could bring money into the board, not only one time a year, but it would also bring it long term, like with a consistent 5-year renewal at $70. That's substantial. Hopefully putting people back to work, out of their kitchens, back into the salons, getting more aggressive, getting out there, saying, hey, I'm licensed now, not being afraid to step out and say, yeah, I really want to get back into the industry. I'm going to do my due diligence to be licensed again, get out of my kitchen, stop, you know, taking clients at home, and go back into the salons. I put on the front here, this is also really good for the schools. Ohio actually does this, and they gave me that. It was a fabulous idea with the implementation of the CAN program. Cosmetological schools and educational facilities would have the ability to order short-term 20 to 4-hour state board-approved amnesty education programs. This provides intensives in law, infection control, possible CEU courses packaged into one low-cost program, providing re-entering the licensee with a sense of confidence and agency involvement in public and a safety-oriented licensee. So something like this, take a look at it. I'm looking, you know, to build a committee for this. I'd like to put it on, if I can, put it on the agenda to possibly build a committee for this, get some ideas, especially from, you know, staff out there who's, you know, I would love to hear your ideas and input, especially when we're coming, you know, against that, you know, we need to charge for, you know, we need to charge that, and if this isn't something that we're going to have to implement with the law change, then let's find out what we can do to possibly help and get ideas and put our thinking caps on and really look at this can be a win-win-win situation. When it wins for the schools, it wins for state board, and it wins for the licensees, I think that could be, you know, really happy bedfellows.
You mentioned that Ohio is the state that has a model program?
Yes.
Do they also have a law that indicates that there must be assessed and collected a renewal penalty fee?
They do, and I believe there's a payback, that you actually have to pay that back.
What does that mean?
It means they structure a repayment program, which doesn't look, to me when I look at that, I'm like, that's a lot of work. I'm looking and I'm thinking I talked to Mr. Gymno once, and all can stylists make payment arrangements, those with large, you know, he said, well, you have to work that individually out with Ms. Blasco, I'm like, oh, I'm okay, I'm good with that. because that would really, that's time, I mean, if you're looking at 1,000 people who want to make payment programs, that's now we're, stepping on a dollar to make a dime. It would be ridiculous for that.
Can you read me that one more time, because I have a thought there. Would you read that to me?
It is it is NRS 644.325, item 1, 3, it's number 3, subsection 3, that there must be assessed and collected at time of renewal a penalty of, and it indicates that penalty.
What, and how much is the penalty, it says there?
Well, for the School of Cosmetology, it's $50, and it's $20 for a cosmetological
So it's spelled out
establishment
there.
and all licensees.
So you'd have to change that law, because I was going to say, if you just, because when I heard you read it, I was thinking, okay, on Amnesty Day, it could be only $5. So they would be getting the benefit of, on Amnesty Day, you only paid $5. But if it's actually spelling out, you got to pay $20, then you've got to change the law.
Also, though, with the new light that Gloria and Deborah brought, Ms. Blasco and Ms. Alexander, has brought to my attention today, kind of sparked a light bulb with the voucher program. So that's something I want to look at as well. I have not been able, when I got the information compared to the time that I had now to put this together, with the changing of the meetings and whatnot, threw me and other responsibilities I've had at the board. I would have liked I would have liked this to be about 3 or 4 pages long. But, I wanted you to have my notes. I wanted you to see that I am working diligently on this. And with that new light, I'd love to get that sheet from you and kind of do a little more digging and see how we can maybe bring it and partner with another agency in doing this. Have it not just lay on what other agencies are doing similar things. Why reinvent the wheel? I don't want to reinvent the wheel. If we don't have to change laws, let's not change laws. But I think that this is something that's unique, that's forward, that's of trend, that's modern, and that's observant of not only what's going on in America, but what's going on with our cosmetologists, what's going on with state and locally. So I think it tackles everything, and it makes us look like a really unique agency. So I appreciate your time in letting me, and my copier didn't make enough of these, and I'll make sure that you get copies. You have my copies if you want. I'm happy to, I'll send them to you and get you copies. I apologize I didn't make enough, but I appreciate your time. And
I have one more question that I heard in here that I just want to ask for clarification. Our schools that you guys, we have extra credit classes, like for sanitation, do our schools have those extra educational classes? So we could say to somebody, you need to go take a law class, or you need to go take it?
No, not that I know. And it's funny, because when I moved to Nevada and I was moving from doing distribution to behind the chair, I'm like, ooh, I'd love to go take a little, refreshing class, just to get back behind the chair again to get rid of the sweat. So, no, they didn't. Nobody had that for me to take it. I'm like, well, can I just come in for, no, you can't. You have to pay for a program.
I thought that we actually restricted students from taking additional hours once they reach their threshold hour. Like I thought the schools kind of kick you out, so to speak, once you've reached your required number of hours. That we don't encourage students to accrue more hours than their licensed specialty is required.
And why is that?
I'm talking continuing education is what I'm
Right, I recognize your question, but as a segue from your question,
Okay, gotcha.
It seems to me like when I graduated from beauty school, I had 1 hour and a quarter more than I needed, and I vaguely remember being reprimanded for that. I was reprimanded for having more hours than my license required me to have.
2 parts. One, to me, this would go under your committee to rewrite this law before we could do anything. I mean, I appreciate the gathering of the information, but I think this would come under.
Nothing that we can do without that law being changed.
Right.
So putting any work into it would be slightly premature.
And second part is, Debbie, how much do you have, like off the top of your head, how much difference would that make in what we collect in late charge fees?
Well, I know that it averages around $185,000 a year in late fees.
We collecting on it.
Mhm, in late fees. Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
in that $20 per month
Yes.
that's assessed?
Yes.
Oh,
We have
I don't
people
know
come
that
in and they
one.
have to pay $800 to renew their license.
Have you spoken to anybody in the Ohio State Board of Cosmetology?
No, I mean, I'm in the process of contacting them. I would love to be able to go there and, you know.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, go
Well,
there
that's what I
and
was
see
gonna
it,
say
and
is-
see it concept to completion and how it's working there. I mean, that would be fabulous to be able to see that. But, you know, like I said, these are all ideas. You know, it's like, and I'm more than happy to entertain ideas and concepts and stuff. And how can other ideas, you know, this can just be a starting off point. How we can get these unlicensed people licensed again, you know, and facing this economic without facing this economic hardship. You know, it's like kind of like too bad, so sad. You should have renewed. You know, I renewed, you renewed. It's like you should have done it when you should have done it. You know, it's an idea.
Those that come in and have to pay that $800 in late fees, I mean, they're so close to that 4-year period, they actually have the option of re-examination to be licensed for, you know, $110 for the exam, and then whatever the initial license would be.
Now, how can they do they have to wait the 4-year period to do the exam? They have to wait the 4-year
because
period?
then their stuff is done.
Yeah, that's definitely an option.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And some are that close, but they don't want to take the exam, so they pay the $800.
However, I was just going to say, however, that is modestly restrictive for the folks who are midway.
Right.
Because the
Right.
folks who are midway now either have to wait 2
Right.
years or X
Right.
number of months in order to have that 4-year expiration date happen so they can retest. Because otherwise, the applicant would be required to pay the late fee. And
Yes.
the retest option is not really an option for them.
No.
And you know, I know you indicated about going to Ohio. Is that really an option?
Yeah, I would absolutely.
It'd be kind of
go.
interesting to get first-hand
Absolutely.
experience, you know, first-hand.
Because it's working there. It's working there, and they're a very
laws.
innovative board. They're a lot of the reports, the professional reports that Mr. Gymno sends out, these innovative things are coming out of Ohio. And so it would be interesting to know what they're doing there and how they're making it work, you know, how they're making their, you know, how they're doing this. And I certainly, I don't like the whole repayment plan thing because I think that's a whole different animal we're talking about. And how they're doing that, I wouldn't even know. But it would sure be interesting to see, you know, make it a flagship trip to see, well, gee, what are they doing and how can we take something and build on it, make it better.
I want to add a couple things. The first thing is that if you're going to change the law, I'm sure y'all are aware that the legislative session starts in February of 2013. So if you get doing it now, what I mean by that is it's too late to do a bill draft request, but if you had a lobbyist and you did that route and had a senator carry the bill, that's an option. And if it doesn't get done now, then you're looking at least 2015. So I just want to make sure everyone's aware that your timeline for changing the law is now or 2 years from now. The other thing to know that came up, I think, in the discussion, some people were talking about continuing education. The board did submit a bill draft request that I believe we don't think is going forward. Maybe we're not sure.
We're not sure at this
Okay.
time.
We don't have information on that. But we did submit a bill draft request that would change some of the requirements for cosmetology schools. And what it would do is it would allow the basically continuing education courses. So it would allow for that. It would also allow for the board to approve schools that just teach, for example, makeup or just
Singular
teach.
specialties.
Yeah.
Yes. So it would not only would it allow to just teach a specialty for someone to be licensed in that specialty, but it would actually also allow people to have, I'm going to have an advanced hair school, and everybody who's licensed can sign up at my advanced hair school, and you know, we're going to teach licensed people in a school environment.
Mr. Leader, currently the schools don't encourage any kind of incline specialty schools or any kind of refresher schools or anything like that. They just about kick you out when you're done. We've supported schools, but none of the schools seem to be too interested in it.
Do we have any reason, do we know why they do that?
It's money. I mean, they don't think there's enough money for what work they gotta put into it. And they just don't seem to be interested in it.
Do other states have those programs in place?
Some states do, some don't.
Ohio, I believe, does require CEUs, a CEU class.
You know, we don't have any.
It would be nice, I mean, for discipline, and again, I don't want to, I mean, we're talking about the amnesty day still, but it would be nice for discipline as an option for you if you thought somebody needed a class in some sort of technique. You could actually say, you need to take a CE in X and Y. And that's something that a lot of boards do as, as a possible sanction against someone to teach them. Because the idea, of course, is,
amnesty. It's actually
yeah. I mean, the idea is we want to, if we can, educate people to do their job correctly before we revoke them, for example. But if they've proven time and again they can't do it, then okay, maybe now we should take their license. And so that is a weakness that I think we've had, and there's been some instances where maybe having someone take a class would have been a helpful thing, but we just don't have CE classes available that we could require.
And the schools
I want to beat it. Oh.
The schools aren't very supportive of CEU classes.
I want to beat a dead horse to death here. I really would love to see us put a law class on our website and get some of the questions out that are really needed, and we could even make it into where that could be, you have to go take that class, you're going to be fined, or we'll waive your fine, and you go take this little law test that we have on our website and get it back to us. Because I think so many of the laws that are so basic, if we could just start hammering home with those. And I know so many that are coming from another state, to read this law book from cover to cover, sometimes there's language barrier, interpretation, but if we could get them to get the basic law. So I still say our website's a great tool that we could get a little practice test out there and tell them you go take the practice test or whatnot, and maybe they have to log on with their number. It's something very easy and not that complicated to do with a website, is my opinion.
You know, I'm sorry to interrupt you, and I know you were kind of half joking about going to Ohio, but
No,
but is there is there a way that part of, because I don't want you to spin your wheels, Ms. Long,
No.
but is there a way that she could continue to work towards this endeavor, recognizing that the law doesn't allow for it, but what steps did Ohio?
Yes.
What steps did the state of Ohio take to advance that amnesty in their state? That if Ms. Long is going to have to cooperate with the Law Book Review Committee, it seems like there's still some effort that she can exert to make it happen. And I just don't know. I mean, you say 2015 is maybe the soonest that something like this could happen, but it seems like there's a lot of effort that still needs to be put into it in order for that date to even roll around.
I think that you want to change the law before you do anything, because otherwise you're wasting time. I mean, it's not something you can do now. Even if you had a finished plan ready to go and you wanted to do it, you couldn't. So I think the first step, my thought is the first step is to change the law. Now, it's not saying you can't do it this session if you find someone willing to sponsor a bill, and you could make your change relatively general, I suppose, to where it says, the $20 fee, and then upon requirements specified by the board being met, this fee may be waived or minimized. I mean, you could do something where it's an option but not a required waiving, and then that would give you room to make a program. But I mean, I guess to me it's like, why should Ms. Long spend time and effort? I understand she's interested in it, but I mean, it feels like if the law doesn't ever get changed, all of that effort she makes is wasted. So to me, the first thing to do is change the law, and I just wanted to make sure you're aware of the timeline, because you have, say by June of 2013 to get it done, or you got to wait 2 years. And so
it may be worth, I mean, if it's an important enough priority, trying to get it through this session, and if you can find someone that's willing to do it. I mean, I do know you have a lobbyist that you contract with, who hopefully has contacts and maybe could help, I don't know.
Mr. Jim?
I think that I disagree with Bradley on that. I think the law is the last thing you change. You first find out what program you want, what's going to work, what doesn't work, what has to be changed to make it work, and then you put it together for a law change. If you change the law, then you get stuck with the law has changed, but you're not sure the program's going to work. So what I would do is if you want to send her back, we can send her back to Illinois. If you want her to do research via the telephone, we can arrange for that. It's what the board feels important.
Well, the research I feel is, I mean, just even reading your draft, I mean, I recognize what Ms. Blasco has said about the late fee collections and how that may impact our budget. But I recognize what you're saying, and I almost feel like you've made some really good headway on this draft, but it still is not where I hear you want it. And it seems like another state has had to jump through all of these hurdles. I'm not sure how much interaction you'd get face-to-face or by telephone. I was going to ask if there's a complementary NAC to this NRS 644325, because in my law book, the NRS was one of the .325s was effective through December 31st of 2010, and then there was a new NRS 644325 that became effective January 1st, 2011. So already it has the appearance that NRS has been modified. And it looks like 2009 was when that was modified. And it just seems like if you're so strong about this position, and if other board members agree or still want more information, I actually would like to see us cooperate with that state. And I mean,
Well, they may not have had a law that said a $20 thing. So when you say hoops, I mean, it may have been they were just able to get this going. You know, I mean, we have a law that restricts what you can do in this regard. They may never have had that, so there may not have been.
So could you pull some more information?
Absolutely, absolutely. Of course, and I'm constantly pulling more information. And like I said, this is, you know, I ran at a time in doing this with the information that I got and the time that I had to do it in. So I was very excited to be able to even bring this with me today. Like I said, this is very rough notes, and I even made some corrections, you know.
I have a question of Vince or Ms. Bradley. When we do law changes, because I know we're going to start on that, let's say we find 50 changes that we really want to see changed. Are they going to allow us to do 50 changes at one time, or does each NRS have to have a sponsor to it?
No, you can go 50, but you got to understand it's up to the legislators' prerogative. They could say yes, or they could say no if they're supposed to.
And you also have to recognize that when you submit a bill, you're asking them to look at your chapter, and they could make additional changes that you didn't ask for. They could take part of your change. They could alter the meaning. So, I mean, the legislative branch is the only one that can change the law. So, but when you ask them to do that, they're going to look at your whole chapter, and they can do a variety of things with it. So, it may not be. It may not be what you want in every situation, and they may take part of what you request. They may add new things. They may completely ignore things that you think are really important, and that's just the way it is, unfortunately.
So we should probably prioritize the ones that we really want to change.
Yeah, but just as a matter of point of information, you know, the Sunset Committee met 2 months back, and they came back and they said, we don't want to change anything.
Yeah, they didn't want to
They didn't change the barbering board, they didn't change us. They said, you know what, leave well enough alone, it's good enough the way it is. So they're not interested in changing it this point. So.
They're not. Well, it may be in 15, but we don't know.
Well, and sometimes the legislators just get busy with other things. Like if the priority is finances, which we know has been a big
Right.
priority.
Budget. Yeah.
Anything else is gonna be in the back burner for them, and so it could be hard to get it through. It may take 2 or 3 sessions to get changes through, depending on what the priorities for the legislators are at that session. And so it's uncomfortable for the board, because you can't just, ask that it be done and have it be done.
And one of the things you've got to remember is the board will take, in other words, if there's a legislator that's hanging out there quietly, nothing comes forward, he's not going to take a position. But if the chapter's open because we're changing something, then you got to be really prepared to fight for it. And we've had one that was, well, each time, 2009, 2011, both times we got something stuffed down our throat. We didn't even open the door.
Yeah.
But when we got done, we got it.
Why did you tell the new people which 2 those were? Because I know it was the threading one was
The
one.
threading was one and the hair braiding was the other.
Yeah, hair braiding and threading,
Yeah.
yeah.
And we're in the process of, those chapters are in the process of final resolution development now. We're going to come back to you shortly, and you'll see them, and they'll be all ready to go to the legislative council. But they were a phenomenal amount of work, and it's not easy to change the laws. It's very difficult. But you better be prepared. You better have all your arguments together and your laws laid out and your programs designed, because they're going to attack you when it's time.
But they added to those, if more than what we sent over there.
Yeah.
Was a problem.
Mr. Hoffman?
My question is, do we need to make a motion to have a subcommittee with regards to the amnesty? Is it just Mrs. Long working on it? Do we need to have a subcommittee of people doing this?
Well, the agenda is to review the draft proposal, so it's not on the agenda to make
Okay,
a subcommittee, but
okay.
you can do that at the February meeting if you like. In a response to a question that Mr. Leader asked a few minutes ago, I think,
The
was...
complementary NAC?
Yes, it looks like NAC 644.056 references 644.325, and it says renewal of certain licenses. And then it says the fees for the renewal of certain licenses required pursuant to subsection 2 of NRS 644.325R. And then it lists the $700 for instructors and general licensed people, and then $200 for the establishment.
But the NAC does not mandate.
Yeah, that's actually on the back of my document there, if you turn that over.
But the NAC does not mandate the penalty amount.
No, it doesn't mandate the 20, the NRS
Right.
does, which I thought you wanted to know.
Right, and I did. I wanted to kind of, I guess, reassure myself that the regulation, I guess, doesn't necessarily strengthen the position of the $20 renewal fee, that the NRS is more than sufficient to make that law.
Yeah. Yes.
Ms. Zessinger.
I would like to see more information on this, April, before we consider. I think it would be premature to plan a trip at this time. I would like to see a gathering of more information and see what we have in front of us before we approve a trip.
Well, I guess, and then under item number 21, if we're going to get there, I just would like to see this back on the agenda. So, I mean,
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna,
you know,
when we get to item 21, that's what I'm gonna.
Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate the draft.
Thank you
I
for
would
hearing
like.
me out for.
Yeah, I definitely want to have you get back on the phone to Ohio and see if you can get a copy of their laws and see if they might have a similar restriction to NRS 644.325.
Yeah, I put in for one of their law books, so I should be receiving that soon.
Yeah,
So,
and
it's telephone type, they're different there.
and then maybe also finding out if they had to overcome some legal hurdles in order to implement their state amnesty program.
So I mean, in the end, I do want to be able to go there and see it concept to completion, see how staff deals with it, see how the amnesty is handled, see how get a gauge on how the board deals with it, how it all went down there. I mean, to go there and to talk to them, I think would be very advantageous. Am I pushing for it? Yeah, I am. I'll take it a bite at a time and out of this apple. I'm happy to have it heard.
You want this.
I do want this. I do want this in whatever informed that it wins for us, wins for the board, wins for the public, wins for our staff, wins for the cosmetologists and licensees. I think it needs to be win, 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 win all around. I think that's a real important aspect, and when I bring something to the board, those are the kind of things I bring. I don't want to put undue hardships, spend money, make efforts, say things out of turn. I want it to be win, 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 and I really cross my T's and dot my I's when I do something, and when I do it completely, concept to completion. If it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass, and we move on to something else, and hopefully something will come, of all our inputs, and if we can, get a committee for this, and then that would be great. I just think it's important that we do this as a board. This isn't my personal agenda, it's for the board, it's for the State Board of Cosmetology.
Mr. Nixquart?
Ms. Long, did you call the board there?
Yes.
You called to talk to their CEO?
I have put in a couple calls there. My time had run out between the time that I've received my research information, when the meeting was canceled, when my phone calls were put in. So I've been playing a little telephone tag, and my time was cut a little bit short to implement that information and put in there. But that is in process as we speak. But yes, I have gotten my information from them. I've downloaded pages from their site, and I'm looking now to receive their login.
So as of now, you haven't talked to their executive director?
No, I'm in the process of information gathering them. I've gathered a lot of their information. I've gathered a lot of their press releases that they had out about the amnesty. I've downloaded the forms that they've had, but getting a hold of somebody, that's a different story. Like I said, my time ran short because we were under time constraints for the meeting on the 16th, got cut off. Other things kind of took precedence, and
But all states
here
aren't
we are
like
today.
ours either, where we have
Right.
full-time people.
Right.
A lot of states have an umbrella board, and so it may be that the executive director person in charge is actually responsible for multiple agencies.
Yeah. And they're not like our board that you can just email like a board member. You have to kind of dig for where they are. You have to find Tootsie's Salon and, Dayton or whatever it is. So it's like I have to do a little digging on to get a hold of them. I don't think that they're readily available. It's definitely very different from our board, and I appreciate that.
If Ms. Long is spending personal resources for long-distance phone calls, is that a reimbursable item for her?
Yeah, we'd recommend that she come into the office and make her calls.
And make the calls. So if you could be attentive to the amount of effort versus your monetary expenses.
Sure.
And Ms. Blasco, for the subsequent agenda item for this matter, it appears that Mr. Hoffman has asked that a committee be formed. So for the subsequent agenda item, I think we want to be very clear that although she may present another draft proposal, Ms. Long is also looking for
To establish
committee and for possible action.
Yes.
Mr. Leader, that right now the board has a number of laws in process for the BDR program, which we don't know will fly or not. The governor's office puts together 100 BDRs, where we have information recently that says they're not going to put any of them forward.
Okay.
So that means that we could be on our own again this coming time, and then we're wide open for change.
Okay. So this is just for this agency's review. It's not to be addressed to the LCB.
Is it out of turn to ask the question?
No,
I don't
please.
know if it's
Is it still related to this matter?
If it's not, then steer me.
Is there any other discussion regarding the draft proposal for the CAN program?
No, I think it's very forward thinking.
Discussion.
Okay.
I think just for the record, as of now, I'm very opposed to it.
Okay.
Okay. You might be a good member for her committee.
I might be.
Let's take a look at anything else. And unfortunately, there's no action that would be taken at this time, other than advancing it to the next agenda, which I heard you ask, and Ms. Blasco assured me that she understood that. I did provide you with my president's letter for the month of November. Have you all had the opportunity to review that letter? Is there any question or any concerns?
supposed to take from this?
It's to thank all of you for participating. It means a great deal to me. It's to acknowledge the staff's efforts, and it just helps with communication. We have 25,000 plus licensees, and it's just a nice way to keep in touch with them.
For that purpose, I think it's very well done. You did a good job.
Okay, thanks.
I just wasn't sure whether there was anything else attached.
No. No.
Do you want a motion on this or anything?
Yes.
Well, it says on here, we did post the May President's Letter to the website, and I feel that it's nice for us to keep in touch with the licensees. And
I think it's beautiful, absolutely.
So the possible action was whether or not you want to entertain a motion to post it to the board's website.
I'll entertain a motion to post this President's Letter every time it's written to the website.
Is there a second? Okay. And is there any other discussion or?
I'm making,
Yeah, not entertaining it. He
Oh.
was, yeah.
yes,
I just
I
wanted
made
to
a motion.
Oh, yes. So Ms. Benaldi made that motion, and that motion was seconded by Ms. Booth. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
It doesn't say we can make a motion, does it? Can we, it says review? Where? Oh, for possible action, okay.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure we didn't mess ourselves up.
That's okay.
Because it says review, so I was reading that.
And we've asked for all of the ayes. Are there any nays? That motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. Our next is number 19. Mr. Nixdorf has advised us of the law review, and you were going, are you still establishing committee membership?
Yeah, we're just going
Okay.
to solidify that at the board meeting. Right. So I've talked with you on those of you that want to be on my committee, and if you would just raise your hand for a meeting. Okay, so Jeanette Rinaldi.
I actually would like to. I previously said I was too busy. I'd like to be.
Okay, so for the record, Jeanette Rinaldi, myself, Linda. Alex, you're not no one?
Isn't the board president just
No.
kind of an ad hoc member of these committees? Or
You would need to be, no.
No.
A board president needs, if you want to be on it, you need to be
Right.
elected now at.
Okay, I do want to be on.
Okay, I have a comment to make. Is that possible?
Yes.
We have I had said something last meeting that I didn't understand the law. What I meant to say was I feel I don't know the cosmetology side of it or the esthetician side of it. My concern was that I might want to do something to a law or vote to change a law that would adversely hurt a cosmetologist or a nail person. That was my big concern, so that's why I don't think I should be on the committee.
It's all okay. You know, this is a review committee. Just to clarify.
I mean, I'm happy to do it, but that was my biggest concern, that I don't want to, I don't feel like I have the expertise in the area of these.
Ms. Booth, with all due respect, we welcome you on all of our committees.
I know.
We value your opinion, and all of the advice that you were to give us in a committee is going to be well received.
Okay, I don't have a problem helping in that case. That was just my concern.
And I assure you that the committee chair would not allow for an opportunity for a public member to have some type of harm to a licensee.
And besides, with all this, what we do eventually will go to the legislature, and they may take it and say, all your efforts are worth nothing. Okay, or they may go, well, I like half of it, I like this or that or whatever. Who knows? But
But I don't want you to take your time explaining to me, oh, we can't do that because of blah, blah, blah. But then it's a learning tool too. So it's fine. I'm fine to be on it if I can bring value to the team.
I think you can bring value to the team. So.
Am I missing an outline or anything? Did you have something in writing?
No, not right. All I want to do today is just simply say
Okay,
who's on the
saw
committee.
the agenda. So.
Everyone seems to be on the agenda.
Okay.
So on the committee. So here's the only thing I'd like to clarify is that what we're doing here is we're dealing with NRS, not NAC. So things like what we were dealing with the kiosk today, all right? Those fall under the NAC. For instance, we have mobile units and things like that have their own regulations, and we're not going to be dealing with that. We're going to be dealing with NRSs. And then the way I anticipate it happening is the first meeting will be to determine how are we going to determine which laws need review and which ones are going to get our priority. And then we'll have a list of laws, and then we'll just go down the list of laws and look at them based on the criteria that we as a group establish. I'd like to have meetings somewhere around 6 times a year, every other month, roughly speaking. I'd like to do it all electronically, so we don't have to incur any costs with bringing people together and stuff like that. So we'll either maybe use the AG's office or legislature. It's going to be kind of hard to use, but they have, wherever we can use two-way electronic communication. That's how I'd like to have it happen, so that none of us are inconvenienced beyond reasonable amounts.
Did we used to have meetings 6 times a year?
Yes.
The board did?
The board did?
We're required by law to have them 4 times a year. We were meeting more frequently. Once Mr. Gimno had systematized a lot of the requirements in the office, we did shift to the lawful number, which is 4. And I can give you that law if you'd like, but
so anyway, if over time it's 6 times is too often, we'll cut it back. It's very adaptable for us, right? Because that's why we're a committee and not, we're not going to be mandated.
It's I'm going to just advise, it's NRS 644.030, subsection 2. The board must, that's the number of, oh God.
Let's do that.
Scratch that.
Harry, could you look into that go to meeting where you just can hook on your computer and
Absolutely.
and see what that costs? Maybe I don't think it's very expensive.
You can't.
I can't do that, right? Can I?
No, not for open meeting law.
Oh, it's an open meeting. Okay,
Yeah, it's an
gotcha.
open meeting.
Okay.
That hasn't.
I
That was
gotcha.
just discussed on Tuesday, and I don't believe that the internet meetings are allowed yet for open meeting law purposes. But the way you can do it is you can meet at the Attorney General's office. It's free. You can video conference. You can also usually arrange with the colleges. I know UNR has rooms you can reserve, as does UNLV, and they will video conference. The same would be true for TMCC. I've been at meetings where TMCC video conferences, I think, to CSN in Las Vegas. So, those resources are available. Also, the Gaming Control Board, I've been to meetings where they have video conference for other agencies and they have nice equipment there. So there are places where you can meet for free and you don't have to do the travel.
For the next month, I'll be looking into which option is good for us.
And what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just going to add too, I have a huge body that has a number of subcommittees, and what they also do, I mean, unless you want to have that face-to-face time, you can also have it telephonically, so then you could do it from the Reno AG's office, and just, so long as there's just one public location, then everyone can call into a number.
Yeah, you have to have at least one place for the public to be able to come, and then you could all call in if you wanted to, or you could do a video conferencing. I want to make sure you're aware of a couple things though. If all 7 of you are going to be on the subcommittee, there's no problem with that. But what that means is that 4 of you will have to be present at every meeting for the meeting to occur.
Right.
Okay, because you have a bigger amount, and so a quorum of the subcommittee is going to be the same as the quorum of the board. And also, as we talked about, you'll have to have agendas, we'll have to have public comment periods, it'll be just like a normal board meeting. The difference would be is that Mr. Nixdorf would be the chair of it, so he'll run those meetings, and he'll probably be he'll be the point person that helps get the agendas ready and those sorts of things, instead of Mr. Leader. I think if all of you want to be on it, and then it sounds like what probably needs to happen is a motion so that the board can vote on the fact that yes, everyone's going to be on it. We're going to create the subcommittee. I think it's been created, but this would formalize all of the members, and it would also make sure that it's clear that Mr. Nixdorf is still the chair. And
I do have a concern, however, Mr. Nixdorf, is your NACs are an integral part of your law book. And even presently, I wanted to call your attention to 2 NACs. It's 644.485 at subsection 1, where we're indicating that a particular petitioner should use a specific form number. So your NACs also need to be modified. I also want to draw your attention to NAC 644.580.
485 subsection 1, that's already being amended.
Right.
Okay. We've already done that.
Right, but I'm just trying to point out to him to restrict it just, to restrict your discussion just to the NRS is, I just feel that one of the things that I liked when you presented this idea was you called it the law book. And the law book has both the NRS and the NAC. In the NAC 644.580, again, subsection 1, at the end of that sentence, it identifies a particular form. We don't do that any longer. So your NACs are really very compatible as part of your ongoing discussions.
So I have a question then. Let's hypothetically say I want to change this form number 3 here, right, which you guys are already doing, right? That's something that has to be done by the LCB?
No.
That's not
if you're
true,
going to
right?
change regulations, what you do is you go through the process. The agency drafts. The difference between the NRS and the NAC is NACs are drafted by the board. NRSs are drafted and passed by the legislature. Now, when you make an NAC change, either amend, revise, make a new one, what you're doing is you're going through the administrative rulemaking process, and there's a bunch of requirements there, and I can help you with those, and we can even, if you want, in a future meeting, I can present to you on how to do that. But it's something that the board takes charge of and actually makes a draft. Now, it is reviewed by LCB, yes, and they put it in their fancy legal format. They also make sure that you have authority to make the change that you want to make, and then it is eventually, before it can ever be effective, approved by a group of legislators called the Legislative Commission or the Subcommittee to Review Regulations. So they get to okay it in the end, but you're the one that's drafted it, got public comment, done all of those things, and then they just say yes or no. If they have a problem with it. I think generally speaking, unless you're doing something that they think is beyond the scope, they're gonna approve it. Especially if you're amending something that's there. If you say, hey, we want to make this, we want to get rid of these outdated references. I mean, those things are. I can't imagine they're ever going to object to something like that.
Right.
So, so it's easier. It's an easier process, most likely, to do the NACs. I mean, there's a lot of work involved, but you guys get to hold the reins on that. Where what the NRS is, you're asking the legislators to vote and make changes for you.
Right.
We did just do an extensive review, I think, just prior to your appointment.
That's what I was...
As Governor Sandoval mandated, all agencies do review the regulations really carefully. So the regulations were reviewed pretty extensively, and this last summer, actually, at Mr. Dimno's request, I reviewed extensively the last part of the NAC that talks about hearing procedures and procedures before the board. And there's a lot of things that we're actually repealing because they're duplicative. They're in 622A and they're in other provisions of the NRS. And so I think your NACs, at least hopefully the last part, will be a lot clearer and make more sense and more updated.
Okay, so then I'm going to stand by the fact that my committee will be NRSs. We'll be advising for law changes and not for regulation changes. So if you have law, if your particular passion is to change the NACs, my committee is not the place, and I would advise you to have a second committee.
And if the board wants to, just to know,
But,
if you want to see what we've submitted to the legislature, it is available online. There's the Nevada Register of Regulations. I think it's the Administrative Regulations Code something. It's a website they've got where they put all of the drafts in there. So it's available online, and you can easily see that. You could also ask for a copy from Mr. Juneau. He has a copy of what we've submitted. So, Mr. Chairman.
They're gonna see it anyway.
Yeah, once it's
Could
approved.
you scan and send it to us, Mr. Jimno? Could you scan it and send it to us, or link it to us?
Yeah, but you're gonna see it anyway in the next few months anyway.
We have to do the workshops and public hearings and
Okay.
things, so you'll be seeing it.
okay.
It can't become law without you approving it.
Okay, gotcha.
I just didn't know if everybody, especially our newer members, knew the things that we were working on in that regard.
Yeah, you'll see it in the next 2 to 3 months.
But you said that the governor's office has stated that they're...
That's on the NRSs. On the NACs, we can process. During the legislative commission, won't meet during the legislative open season, but right after the open season, they'll take out all of the
Well,
NRSs.
Yeah, and we're in the works right now with some regulations, so while the session's going on, do the workshops and public hearings on those, because we've started the process
We'll
already.
have plenty of time for you to review all the things, so yeah, you can find that.
Did you have a question?
All right, so
Oh, yes, I did, and this is pretty much on topic because we're talking committees here. With all the committees and subcommittees being formed, is there a way I can get a list of the committees and sunset the ones we're no longer utilizing and kind of give information to the board members of the ones that are still in existence and being worked on?
There's one committee that is not performing at the moment, and that's the one that Jeanette is running on. Two-tier. That's been stabilized. It's still existing. We have the committee that Mr. Nixdorf has developed, and we have any other committees you develop. We do have a personnel committee that's been a long time dormant. It was put out of position because we have employee manual that is totally consistent with the regulations. So those are the only ones that are going right now. And the personnel committee is non-existent for practical purposes.
Is there anything formal that we have to do to sunset anything that we're not using, or can we just let them lie dormant and do what they do?
I think they just become ad hoc.
No.
No, they don't just become it?
No.
No, there is no such thing.
I'm just curious of protocol, so I don't know about your committee, so you can.
Well, I was gonna bring that up on 20 minutes.
I mean, you could always make a motion to dissolve a committee once it's no longer necessary. And I think maybe to have a clean record, it could be advisable to do that, so everybody's clear what committees are existing, what aren't. I think on this one, though, what we need to do is we need to make a motion regarding who's gonna be on the committee, and,
can I make that motion?
yeah.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to formalize all the committee members for the law review committee that was formed last meeting.
And I think
So-
you wanna state all the
So
names.
I would like each person to state their name if they want to be on the committee.
And I'll second that motion.
Jeanette Finaldi,
Harry Nixdorf?
Linda Zesiger,
Alex Leader. Neil Hoffman.
April Long.
Okie Booth.
Is there any other discussion?
So then the motion should reflect that everyone's gonna be on the committee.
Yeah, everyone's going to be on the committee.
So,
thank you very much, everybody.
Well, just one moment, we haven't had a vote, but that still could not pass. Just as a friendly reminder, Mr. Nixdorf worded that as the law review committee instead of the law book review committee.
Okay.
So I appreciate that clarification.
Well,
Mr. Nixdorf also indicated.
Mr. Leader, on your agenda, it says law review committee.
Okay, great. And so,
I'm glad I'm between you two.
I make a friendly motion that it says law book review.
Okay, it's all good.
Mr. Nixdorf also indicated that he had a preference for 6 times a year for your meeting times. Presently, we indicated to you that the law allows for a minimum of 4 board meetings. And so am I to understand that you want these meetings to tag on to our board meetings?
Not necessarily, no. I thought they'd be,
so we don't.
We'll sit down and at the very first meeting, we're gonna say, okay, everybody wants Sunday meetings, Monday meetings, Tuesday night, and whatever works for everybody, we'll figure it out. That's the first meeting is kind of like going to be, how are we gonna prioritize which laws and what days are we gonna meet, what times are we gonna meet? My preference, I'm just letting you know as a preference and not that we're going to actually meet. It's just my preference would be that you understand it's a working committee and that we should be working on this and not letting it sort of languish and just sort of like twice a year we get together and we talk about some laws and get nothing done. It's something that's going to require some work and some time, and you don't have to attend every meeting by any means, right? We just have to have 4 of us together that attend the meetings to make that quorum. But I just want to lay out there that this is a working committee and not anything less than that.
And did you have an expectation of when you'd like your first meeting?
About a month and a half from now. I'll probably spend the next month trying to figure out where the best place is and what's available, what options are available. I'll let you know what those options are, and then we'll agendize it and post it, and then after that we'll go from what that first meeting is.
And so, as you well know, it won't coincide with our normal board meeting.
Correct.
It'll happen beforehand.
Beforehand,
Okay.
during, and
Any other discussion or questions or concerns regarding that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion carries.
Thanks, everybody.
Do we,
working with all of you.
Do we have a quick break, please?
yeah, Linda's asking for a break, so 5-minute break. Open up the meeting again. I just want to remind folks that for Mr. Nelson's convenience, when we do meet again in February, let's really have a concerted effort to try to get our hands raised so we're not over speaking. A couple of times today, I noticed Mr. Nelson, and you did not complain, but I did notice that he was really working diligently to ensure that everybody's comments are transcribed to our minutes. So
Should we just give him the gavel? So
yeah, give him the gavel. Exactly.
Whoever was loudest is the one that got on the record.
So there you go. So
all right.
If that's all of you quiet talkers, but just in the future, when we do assemble again, and this is for helpful commentary for when you're running the committee meeting for the law review, just really take an extra concerted effort that your comments don't overlap one another, and that you really do take a moment to identify speakers for the certified court recorder and notary public. So the time is
2:31.
We are resuming at 2:31. Thank you. Mr. Jimno, as you well know, we have your annual performance review next on the schedule. As a part of that review, I asked Ms. Long to chair the evaluation. It wasn't a committee, it was a group. But she is not allowed to be a group chair. So
Well, there can't be a group. I mean, a group is still a meeting, you can't do that. So let's not do that ever again.
we
Whatever
won't be doing that in the future.
Never.
But I did ask Ms. Long to be the responsible member for assimilating the evaluations. And so maybe I could just turn it over to you.
Yeah, super simple. On October 3rd, performance evaluations were sent out to board members via email, noting as such. And I took this directly from the employee manual. Approximately every 12 months, a performance evaluation is conducted on our executive director, as stated in section 209 of the State Board Cosmetology Employee Manual. This gives the board opportunity to discuss positive and purposeful approaches for meeting goals, and also merit-based pay adjustments are awarded by board in effort to recognize satisfactory or above performance by the employee. The decision to award such adjustment is dependent upon numerous factors, including information documented by this formal performance evaluation process. And this is straight out of the employee manual. So I took it word for word out of section 209. That was on October 3rd. We were hoping to get this done earlier. It was time sensitive, but there were some feedback that I received. There were 2 evaluations I got in all. Most of the evaluations I got were feedback. Most were deliberately left blank because some of the board members felt that they needed more information and a separate customized goal and detail-oriented evaluation process in the near future for the position of executive director should be implemented. It was just too. So it was just too vague. It was just too vague for all the things that you do, and the mass of the position that you have. A simple piece of paper was just
not enough, Mr. Jimno.
Mr. Jimno.
We've got to modify that evaluation form in order to fully.
Basically, yes, that's basically the majority of the response that I got. In conclusion.
From 2 feedback, did you say?
There was only 2 feedbacks that I received, the rest were deliberately left blank.
And then they gave you feedback?
No, they were left blank, saying the feedback was a different
Form
needs to be implemented.
Okay, and that's what they said, okay, I got you. I was gonna, you got
We
all
felt
of
that
Okay, yeah. In conclusion, a full and completed summary is not really possible at this time to make an evaluation, as all the completed evaluations are needed by all board members. As a finalized summary report will be submitted when all completed evaluations are completed by the entire board. So we may need to take steps in order to change that form to get really a proper evaluation.
Mr. Jimno, we have always appreciated your leadership, and unfortunately it exceeds the expectations of our evaluation form. So
basically, yes, that was
maybe
the consensus. That was the consensus.
I'm going to put you at ease at this time. I'm going to retire on December 13th. I've decided to call it quits. So it will leave you in the opportunity, in a position to redevelop the form however you see fit for the next individual that you take on. But I feel that I had a stroke in July, and I'm coming back to 100% now. Yesterday was a classic example. I got tired at the end of the day. But generally I do okay. But it's time for me to call it quits. So I've decided to resign, retire basically. I've already submitted my material into the State Department of Finance. I've advised my staff, Gloria and Annie, and Debbie, that I was going to retire, and asked them if anybody was interested in the job. And I think it's come time for me to retire. It's problematic in the sense that I don't like to leave friends, but it comes time that I have to leave. I want to live at least 10 more, 12, 15 more years. And so I'm going to have to behave myself. I've asked Debbie to consider it. I would recommend her for a possibility. I will tell you the truth. Annie's a good person, but she's not qualified. And Gloria is a very good person, is exceptionally good, but I don't think she's qualified.
Nor interested.
Yeah. And I think the only other person in the agency that maybe has your best interest would be Jeff. But my first choice would be Debbie. Second choice would be Jeff. If you don't want to go into either one of them, then I would suggest I'd help you pick somebody. Because we changed this organization from a sluggish, less than adequate staff to a very polished staff. The little things that Perry brought up were minor things, things that need to be corrected. They're little things. So the staff has really come a long way. The finances are phenomenal. We have the best finance system that I know of in the county, or in the state. But it's time for me to retire. So with that, I can take your comments in a positive way or a negative way. I take it in a positive way. And basically I say, it's been a pleasure. If I can help, I'd be more than glad to help, and let me know.
I think the pleasure has been entirely ours. So thank you.
There's a process that you need to go through as you're hiring, so it's not on the agenda to talk about today, but make sure that you talk to me. I've done this with multiple agencies. Mr. Jimno's position, he is a public officer, and so he has to be appointed that position has to be appointed in the public. That means that the interview process is done in the public. The interviews are actually done in a meeting generally. The applications are also reviewed in a public setting. And so, just so you're aware, it's something that there's some steps we have to do to make sure that we do the process properly.
And so there is a note on item 20 for possible action. Is that possible action? Does that include the formation of an executive search committee?
No, I mean, it's an annual performance review of Mr. Gymno is what's on there. And so you can take action on doing a performance review for Mr. Gymno, but you can't take action on anything else under that item.
Can we take and do that performance review for him a little bit uniquely, or do we have to need to use the form? I mean, can we each write our own?
Sure, you can write what you want. I mean, the law requires that the appointment of the public officer, which is with the executive director, be done in the public, and the performance review also be done in the public. So in other words, if you are, wanting to offer suggestions, or you're wanting to say how great he is, those things need to be done in the public. There was actually a court case, I think it came out of UNR, where it was a president of the university that was done in closed session, and the court said no. And chief executive officers of agencies are considered similar to that, and so it has to be done in the open. So you could write it however you want to.
Mr. Gymno, would you like that? Would you want the review still, or would you just want to be like, I'm done? It's really kind of your call.
I leave it up to the board. It's always been the board is the final decision on any decision I make. And then I adjust my personality to fit what the board wants. And in fact, you saw a couple of decisions that were confusing at best, and I called it what the board would take in the past because it was the most comfortable thing to do.
This is like kind of your
This is my
last review. I mean, do you want the last review, or do you want to just kind of, or not? I know we're leaving it to the board, but maybe Alex, you can help guide this.
Well, I'm certainly happy to have you be responsible for reestablishing that evaluation form before.
Just a little bit more work before you walk out. Thank you, Alex, for making more work for Vince as he walks out the right door.
I like that.
Absent the form, Mr. Gymno, I'm just my heartfelt thanks to you, because since we've had the opportunity to work together since 2006, I've really grown as a person. I was a board member. I did work up to the seat of the presidency, and I certainly could not have done that without your support. I know we've not always agreed with each other. I know that our communication styles are different, and that we've worked really hard to be sure that we got along with one another. And you're certainly responsible for putting in most of that effort. And it really has benefited me, both as a person, but also as the leader of this board. And I really could not have accepted the position of the presidency without knowing how supportive that you are and have been. And just from the bottom of my heart, I just want you to know I always am so grateful to you for what you've given me in terms of just who you are as a person. It has meant so much to me. It's hard for me to see you retire. I do understand, we've talked about it. And I do want you to make sure that you know that in leading the organization, I feel that you have 6 other board members that will keep me in line just as you have, but also who will definitely pick up the ball. And I don't feel that you're leaving us by any means deserting or leaving us with too many balls in the air that we're not able to handle. And I have all the confidence in the people that sit here with me, that you've established a great agency in the last few years that you've been with us here, and I just think that we're going to make it even that much better. So we aim to make you proud in your retirement. There's no Rolex in that, but it's just the satisfaction of knowing that you have created a legacy here. Most definitely.
Well, that's very pleasant to hear. I really appreciate that.
I believe that I'm the only member left on the board that was part of hiring you.
No, Alex was there.
Oh, were you a part of hiring too? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's good.
And I've never been sorry that we did it, because everything that you promised you would do, you have done for us. I mean, you walked into a little office with icky colored green walls, I think. And what did we have, 2 computers or something, and a lot of software in a closet that nobody knew what to do with.
And boxes of licenses that had to go out.
So, I mean, we wouldn't be where we are today if it hadn't been for you, Vince.
Yeah. It was a major change. But it's working now. I got nothing to do in the office.
Right.
Except after today.
Don't say that. We'll think, oh, good, he's leaving, because there's nothing left to do. Because we know we have to keep up what you did, and we won't disappoint you.
And there are going to be big shoes to fill. Big shoes.
Absolutely. I wanted to say too how much I've enjoyed working with you. It's been a pleasure. And also to see how much this organization has grown since I came on board with the computer change, because I came right during that process, and how much work it was, and all the manpower people, and that you kept everybody working and everybody seemed to be really happy. So you've done a wonderful job, and it's a great place to end a retirement on a real positive note. And I hope you enjoy your retirement.
I worked a long time, but 70 years is enough.
Are you going to stay in Vegas?
Yeah, we'll live here.
You can't get Linda out of here, huh?
No, not for a while. Well, it's been a pleasure working for you, and it's been hard at times, but it's been a pleasure. These 2 colleagues have been very supportive and constantly reassuring me, saying, you don't want to retire, you want to stick around 5 more years. But I told them it's time. I really appreciate working for you.
Thank
Well,
you.
when-
I think you're making the right decision, health-wise. I truly do.
Yeah. You know, I'm
I've lived
almost
through all
back.
this, I know.
Yesterday was a strong day. It was a very interesting day, but I was tired, really tired yesterday. And I was tired enough to where I wasn't sure I wanted to come to work today. But I got into it, and it worked out fine. Alex, it worked out fine, didn't it? You talked forever, though.
I'll work on that. I'll have you on this shoulder to remind me.
Well, Mr. General, for myself personally and the rest of the board, it's a loss for us. But, you know, we definitely, I mean, I can't say anything that anybody hasn't said already. We definitely appreciate, for me personally, being introduced to the board, I was really apprehensive coming in, not knowing what to expect, having never experienced anything like this before. And the transition was very easy. You made it a lot. And I'm sure everybody that's involved in staff has helped with that as well. But chiefly, I feel I'm going to be rather uncomfortable again because you're not going to be here. So.
Well, I think you'll be fine.
Well, just I'll miss you.
I think it'll be 6 months before you get back on your feet again, where you have someone that you can call your own. But in the meantime, you'll be fine. Everybody's very strong. Everybody's very vocal now, and yet you have the vocality is such that it's a friendly vocalness. It's not problematic, and so I think you can be fine, really fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I want to throw in my 2 cents. Of course, you know that I wasn't even going to stay if you're not around, because you set such a precedence professionally. It's such a pleasure and such a great example. So I didn't want to talk because I knew I would cry. But so I'm going to try to make it really short. And I just hope you're going to leave your phone number so it's easy access.
Debbie will always have my phone number. Or Gloria. Okay.
So we have to formally accept your
Resignation
or
retirement?
retirement, or how did we
That's
do
my
that?
decision, I think.
I think he's told you he's leaving, and yeah, I mean,
That's all we have to do.
You can't make them stay, so
Right.
I think.
But I don't have to close the meeting. So, unfortunately, Mr. Jimno, there still are items on the agenda. So, you're not done yet.
You're stuck till
Okay,
the
you're still several
We've got 5 more
weeks, several weeks to go. Yeah, that's hard news to take and still have to finish up, so. Item number 21, which was also referred to as item 4.5, are comments by board members and future agenda items. 2 of those items have been already included and translated to Ms. Blasco regarding the consideration for fee increases. And regarding whether or not the board would like to set a precedence for the collection of the costs associated to administrative hearings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There was also an agenda item for the next meeting regarding the voucher program and whether or not there would be a consideration to post that information on our website. And the additional agenda item is regarding the licensing amnesty day committee formation, or what additional support Ms. Long may need to. You might have to get together with Deborah to ensure that the agenda reflects the progress that you've made, but also what expectations you're still looking for.
Deborah, when do you need that for the next agenda? What's the cutoff date on that?
Well, our board meeting is in February, I think the beginning of
So
February.
maybe mid-January.
Yeah,
By a
yeah.
deadline. I personally also would like to see on the agenda a discussion of the kiosk, and in relationship to a cosmetological establishment versus a mobile establishment versus the kiosk establishment. We've seen now that the portable sink is a welcome addition to cosmetological establishments, and it seemingly is not presenting problems for the inspection department.
We're not allowing it in an establishment though. I mean, because she has a room. Oh, I understand, excuse me, forget I said it. I was thinking about like, if you're gonna let schools or somebody have a portable sink.
No.
You're leaving me with that, huh?
I'd like to comment on that when you're done.
Go right ahead.
I think it's time for that as well, being that we've now had variances, multiple variances. I would like to see an NAC draft. I don't know how to go about that. I need some, but I think it should be very similar to the mobile unit that you have in here. But I don't know how to direct that, so I'd like to see that discussed next meeting as well.
And so, additional, please, Ms. McCarthy.
I'd like to add to our next meeting agenda, time to discuss dissolving our second tier for estheticians. And then we can reopen it later, yes.
Second tier.
If, in that event, I would like to see a summary report. I'd like to read a summary report, and I'm happy to coordinate efforts to, because there was a lot of information discussed in that meeting, and so for other board members who may not have been present, at least we should have a final summary.
Okay.
And that may make it easier to dissolve that committee, but still keep the work progress on the table.
If you're gonna draft that, you may need to have a meeting of that committee then. I don't know what you're gonna work together on drafting a final report.
Well,
Who's on the committee?
she is the chairperson.
Just us two.
Just you two. Yeah, I mean, a subcommittee can be any number, so if there's just 2 people on the committee, then you would have to, if you're gonna work together on that, then you're gonna need to.
Well, what happens if I just write what I want to write and give it to her, and then she writes whatever she wants to write as the chairperson?
If you're, I mean, that would be basically a meeting of the subcommittee.
Well, I mean, mine would just be summarizing what we've already met about. I mean, it's, yes.
Rather than through the committee, you could just maybe do what you need to do and send it to board staff, and then she can do what she needs to do and send it to board staff.
Yeah, because there already is a committee, and they're both on it, and so that's the concern. That's the way to do it. So draft what you want to draft, and then send it to somebody on staff, and then you know, draft what you want to draft, send it to staff, and have them work with you on compiling it. Because the 2 of you can't work and communicate on something outside of a meeting.
Okay.
But if staff is in the middle, if you're giving information to staff and staff is compiling the final report, or at least facilitating the communication, then you're not.
And just make sure that you do not communicate with each other at all.
Yeah, you can't communicate with each other directly.
Okay.
But it's not that hard to put a meeting together.
No, it isn't, especially if there's just 2 of you.
It's
You
a
can have a
2 of us.
telephone meeting, you have to have 3 days
it's just a matter
notice.
of
You have a
guys just
telephone
put
meeting, you
together
talk on the
just a notice
phone, and you let people call in if they want, or go to you know, come to the board office, wherever you're at when you're making the call.
So, Ms. Benaldi, I trust that you'll get Ms. Benaldi's request on the agenda, and then Ms. Benaldi, however you would like to handle that, whether you want reports to go to staff or whether you and I would like to meet. In any event, before dissolving that meeting, I'd like to have something that identifies the discussion points.
And you could meet at a restaurant, and you could say, we're gonna meet at Olive Garden at 12 o'clock, and we're gonna talk about this, and you could post it. Okay, well, you could actually, I mean, I'm just saying, a subcommittee meeting could be that more fun.
Okay.
As long as it's posted where you're gonna be and when.
So that's what I'd like to do.
Thank you. So we can do that separately from the meeting.
On the next agenda, I'd like to have 2 items.
Okay.
One, I'd like a discussion on the executive committee, and let's get that out of the way, whatever we're going to do with that. And also, I would like to have a discussion or for possible action on increasing our meetings to every other month due to this transitional period that we're going to go through. I think we're going to have to meet more often.
So, I do have a question on that. How, now that December 13th will be your last day, right? The staff will just keep things going for a while, kind of in the interim until we find somebody, right? Is that how that works?
Or you're gonna have to have the interviews and the selection process done in the open. So you're gonna have to have board meetings where you're interviewing people. So ideally, it'd be nice to get someone in place so that Mr. Jimmo has time to talk with them and train them. It doesn't sound like that's gonna happen. You know, unless you wanna have a meeting in 2 weeks and do some interviews in 2 weeks. But that would mean you're gonna be posting probably pretty quick. I mean,
Yeah, that's
The staff is prepared to sit for months doing the work.
Right.
That's not a problem. It's the leadership that sets the tone for the staff. It's the key element. That can be any time you want. It could be very fast, or it could be slow and methodical.
Can I ask, what is an executive committee?
it's a subcommittee that I think maybe there's some interest in creating with the officers. So it would be president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer.
And
There
what
were
would
some.
be their job?
That's one of the things you'll have to discuss if you determine whether to create the committee or not. Generally speaking, you don't create a committee unless there's work for them to do. You know, I mean, there's no requirement of that, but all subcommittees have to follow open meeting laws and have agendas, and so there's got to be something they're doing. So that would be the discussion of whether or not to have one and what their function would be.
It was brought out at one time, and then it's been, I want it to either be here or be there. Either do it or not do it. I don't like things left hanging.
Mr. Jimno, what is your recommendation or your preference for having the board meet sooner than December 13th in order to have a possible candidate with which to be trained by you?
If you want to do that, then I would recommend that you have a meeting between now and the 13th.
And do you have a preference, would you have a preference on whether that meeting took place here in Reno or in Las Vegas?
No, I don't. I can come either place, I can come overnight, I can come 2 or 3 days. And it depends on what you want to do. If you're looking to go outside the department, then you want to take a little more time developing, I will be available to do that. I can do that between now and the 15th or the 13th, or I can do it anytime you want. The issue is how fast you want to do it.
Can I ask this question? Would you be willing to come back as a consultant for part of the interview process to kind of help us with some of this?
Yes, I could.
Okay.
It all depends on the board, what the board wants to do.
And I really think that it should be opened up, my personal self, well, we can't discuss it today anyways. Okay, never mind. I just think that it should go out to the public so that.
Well, it does.
Right.
Okay, well, he said we didn't have to, but I would like to see it open up to the public so we saw all of our options of all the people that would be interested in the job so that it wasn't just internal, but it was external also.
So is it my understanding, Mr. Jimno, that this position is now, as of the end of this meeting, is going to be posted for, as an available?
I hadn't planned on it, but if you want it to be posted, we will.
I mean, the selection has to be done publicly, so,
Yes.
Meaning the interviews and all that, so I mean, the way to get candidates, I'd have to double check if there's a requirement to post it publicly, but you have to do the process in the public, so I'm thinking that means you're gonna have to publish it
I guess what I'm asking is, Ms. Bradley, you indicated shortly after Mr. Jimno offered his retirement notice that there was a process that needed to take place, and I just would like that process to begin. And if the process begins with the posting of the job, is that part of the outgoing executive director's responsibilities, or is that something that...
Is that staff or is that us?
Well, he's not asking him to hire his replacement.
No, but I'm wondering...
Get the ball rolling.
Get the ball rolling like that.
I think whoever can post it, whoever wants to. I'm guessing he has a job description available that he could use to create that and post it, so.
And so my suggestion would be is let's get that posting out, and then depending on the quantity or quality of the applicants, we should determine a meeting date sooner than the 13th of December. Unless you want,
Because you're gonna have to review the applications in a public meeting,
Yeah.
as well as do the interviews in a public meeting.
Isn't there a process where they're at least scanned over before we have all applications?
Well, staff could do a checklist to make sure people meet requirements. So for example, if you say must have 20 years experience,
Well,
those applications.
we have in our employee manual
But they
what the
can't-
requirements are.
Yes, for
Well, okay.
executive director.
But what I'm saying is, so the winnowing can be done outside of a meeting only in regard to who doesn't meet the qualifications that are published. That's the only winnowing that can be done outside of a public meeting.
And then can staff send us over all the applicants before we view them in the public?
No, you have to, it's a public meeting,
So we
it
have
has
to,
to
we
be
can,
done in full view.
that's the first time
Yes.
we get to see the
Yes,
application.
absolutely, it has to be done in full view of the public.
No, I don't believe.
You don't think they can do the winnowing outside at all?
Reviewing the applications, I mean, if so, it would be maybe a few days before the meeting, not too far before the meeting.
Yeah.
Ms.
It would be-
Alexander?
When Mr. Jimno became our executive director, we posted it in the newspaper, and we had a time limit on the applications, and we collected all those applications, and at that time, you actually had a personnel committee who did come in and review all the applications, and then they took their final three selections to the full board, and it went from there.
And you could do that if you had a committee in place to do that. I don't think you do. So if you wanted, you could plan in a week to have a telephone meeting, for example, and create a committee to do the selection process and winnow the applications, and that could be done. You can't do it today because it's not on the agenda to create a committee like that.
Well,
But you can
we
that.
do have an employment manual committee.
Yeah.
And with all due respect, he's submitting he's taking his executive director's responsibilities out of the employee manual, so we do have that committee.
Okay, but that doesn't mean you can winnow applications.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, is being able to look at the application before our meeting.
Right.
Because you have to review the applications and and narrow down applicants in a public meeting, and you have to do your interviews in the public meeting, and you have to make your decision on who you're going to decide hire in a public meeting.
I guess I'm still just trying to get it back to what needs to happen after we close today. And for me, the first thing that happens is the posting of the job.
Yep.
With the requirements that have been set forth in the employee
Yep.
manual.
That's the first thing.
And so, Mr. Jimno, I do have to ask that you direct staff to initiate that process.
Yep.
And then consequently, once those applications come in, I guess administratively, you'll determine a deadline for all submitted
There
applications?
really should be a meeting probably to do this. So let's
Yeah.
schedule a phone meeting and come up with it, because you can't make any decisions today. And if
Okay.
you're gonna set a timeline, I mean, he can post a notice, but the problem is what's the timeline? You know, and who's gonna review it, and how's that? So maybe what you should do is plan a meeting for next week by phone and have an hour discussion or a 20-minute discussion of December 5th is gonna be the deadline, they're gonna be sent to the board office, we're gonna, you know, you can have all that be on an agenda.
And can you be in on that meeting?
I, of course, will be on all meeting.
Yeah.
Yep,
And he'll still be working, so he's gonna be in on the meeting.
And so can we establish that telephone date at this time? That telephone conference time right now?
it's not on the agenda, but,
Well, when somebody,
Why don't we do that after we terminate the meeting?
what?
The staff can send out an email to everybody.
Staff can just send out an email to you and say,
Different dates.
does Wednesday at 9 o'clock work, or whatever. They can give you a couple options, and then majority vote is gonna be when it's gonna be,
okay,
okay?
Ms. Jessica.
Okay, as of this moment, we know that the office is going to be taken care of. I am not one to rush into making decisions. I don't want to feel like we're making a decision that we have to make by December 13th. I don't think that's a good practice. I feel very secure in knowing that the office, if we don't get anything done until after December 13th, I know the office is going to be run well. I don't like to be rushed and pushed into things, because I think that's when you make mistakes. We took a long time before we hired Vince. We were very thorough with people. We absolutely knew exactly what we were going to do. Everything was in place, and we ended up with a great guy.
Yes, we did.
So I would like to say, my own opinion right now is slow down a little bit. I understand about posting and wanting to get applications in, but you're going to get a lot of applications. But I feel very secure in letting the girls and Jeff, who all of them are going to work as hard as they can for us as they have for Vince.
And Ms. Bradley, does anyone from any of the officers look over any of the
I
applications?
believe the committee.
You have to look, well, I mean, yes. I mean, it has to be done in an open meeting. So the applications have to be reviewed in an open meeting, and that's when you determine, we got 300 in, and these 50 don't meet the requalifications, we're gonna put them over here. These 50 look really great, these 100 are in the middle. That has to be done in an open meeting. So if you wanna have a meeting soon or not, to create a committee that's gonna do that, it can be done by a committee, or it can be done by the full board, but it has to be done in the open.
So the only thing that will be happening just after the meeting is the posting of the job?
Yes.
Okay.
What I would recommend is, because I'm available, whether you hire me as a consultant or you don't hire me, you just ask me to come in, whatever it is, I'll be available. I want to be sure that you hire someone who I think can handle the job. So, Alex, if you feel uncomfortable, don't feel uncomfortable, because Debbie, Gloria, and Annie can take care of this situation. Then, so the posting of the job is going to be available sometime the next week or two. And it'll be posted for a week or two, and we will get applications. You guys have to decide what to do with those applications. You want to have a 3-member committee, you want to have an all-member committee, whatever it is, and you pick 3, 4, 5, 6, or 8 employee candidates, and then you have a meeting. They can handle it for a couple of months, no problem.
Absolutely.
And you guys may get some of the stuff perfect on your next agenda, you might get 1 or 2 pieces missing. But if you're just patient, it'll all come together anyway. So don't worry about it being so fast.
Okay.
Right.
Any other comments by the general public or by
No,
any of the other
if I
board
may, I
members?
didn't get my turn yet.
Yes, please.
I have that dead horse, and I would like the opportunity to make a presentation about, because I'd like to talk to my webmaster and find out what it would involve, what it would cost to be able to add some test questions about law onto the website, and then I'd like to make a little presentation of what I'm really thinking and talking about, because
Yes.
So you want that added onto the agenda?
please,
So,
if I would be, if anybody has, if everybody hates it, then say so now, and I won't do it, but
you know, we like that idea, Mr.
thank you.
Any other comments or questions before we close this meeting? So again, Vince, thank you very much.
I'll review questions on the
I think everybody needs to get their employee manual out and read what the executive director position consists of, so that you know exactly what has been written up as what we are requiring of an executive director. Homework.
The record should reflect that I've already asked for public comment at this end of this meeting. It does, Ms. Bradley.
When did you ask for public comment? You just now said, does anybody have any comments, talking to the commissioners? I never heard you say, do we have any public comment?
He actually did say it, and that's when I said,
Would you like the record read back?
That she wasn't.
Sure, because I guess I was confused when a board member made a comment.
yeah, because I
after.
didn't get, he didn't give me
We
opportunity
didn't
to.
finish item 21 before.
So you need to go back and finish number.
Let me make sure that all persons have said what they want to say to item 21. Item 22 are comments by the general public, and at this time, I'll accept those. There being none, this meeting is adjourned. Easy day.